النشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سمو الشيخ ذياب بن محمد بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس ديوان الرئاسة للشؤون التنموية وأسر الشهداء، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي مريم الأميري، ويشرفني أن أكون عريفة الحفل الافتتاحي للملتقى الدولي للاستمطار بنسخته السابعة، والذي ينظمه المركز الوطني للأرصاد من خلال برنامج الإمارات لبحوث علوم الاستمطار. اسمحوا لي سموكم أن أواصل كلمتي باللغة الإنجليزية للترحيب بالجمهور الدولي المشارك معنا اليوم. Your Highness Sheikh Dhiab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Chairman of the Presidential Court for Development and Fallen Heroes Affairs, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Maryam Al-Amiri, and it is my great honor to be your Master of Ceremonies today. On behalf of the National Center for Meteorology, the NCM, and the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science, the IREF, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all to the 7th International Rain Enhancement Forum, also known as IREF, held under the esteemed patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, and Chairman of the Presidential Court. As we begin our event, let's take a moment to learn about the history and the story behind the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science. The following video highlights the program's remarkable journey and its groundbreaking work in advancing rain enhancement technologies.
In the heart of the UAE's desert, where endless sands meet the expansive sky, water is more than a resource. It is life itself. Every drop carries a story of resilience, innovation, and hope. Since the 1970s, the UAE has embraced the challenge of water scarcity with a bold vision for a water-secured future. Guided by wise leadership and driven by the dedication of its people and the devotion of the global scientific community, it has paved the way for pioneering technologies and transformative policies. By determination and innovation, the UAE has proven that even the driest lands can flourish. With advanced rain enhancement technologies and cutting-edge water conservation initiatives, aspirations have turned into groundbreaking actions, redefining what's possible. Leading the way in sustainable water security solutions, the country sets an example not just for our nation, but for the region and the world. Through the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science and its International Rain Enhancement Forum, the world's brightest minds are once again uniting to address water scarcity with the power of science and technology. While the drive towards achieving water security is one of shared responsibility, the discussions we make today will positively impact the landscapes of tomorrow. This is more than research. It's a global movement inspired by hope, ingenuity, and the shared goal of securing water for all. For a decade, collaboration has fueled our progress. Today, global industry leaders, policymakers, scientists, engineers, and innovators worldwide unite to share knowledge, find solutions, and drive impactful change. Join us on this journey toward innovation, sustainability, and a future where water is abundant and secure for generations to come.
Thank you for your attention and for being part of this incredible journey. This year, UAE REP is celebrating its 10th anniversary, a milestone in the UAE's commitment to advancing water security both locally and globally. The UAE's commitment, and what better way to mark this occasion than a message from the program's patron, His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, and Chairman of the Presidential Court. It is my honor to invite His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al Mandous, President of the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, and Director General of the National Center of Meteorology, to deliver the speech on behalf of His Highness. The delivery of the speech will be in Arabic with English subtitles appearing on the screen. Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيدي سمو الشيخ ذياب بن محمد بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس ديوان الرئاسة للشؤون التنموية وأسر الشهداء، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، أسعد الله صباحكم وأهلا ومرحبا بكم في العاصمة الإماراتية أبو ظبي. بداية أود أن أنقل لكم تحيات سيدي سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، وأتشرف بإلقاء كلمته على حضوركم الكريم. لقد كان إيجاد المياه العذبة المستدامة واحداً من أبرز التحديات التاريخية الرئيسية لسكان شبه الجزيرة العربية، حيث استندوا على توفير المياه الجوفية والينابيع لتحديد كيفية معيشتهم ومكان إقامتهم. ومنذ تأسيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أطلق الآباء المؤسسون برنامج لحفر المياه، آبار المياه، وتحلية مياه البحر لتوفير الاحتياجات الأساسية للسكان والمشاريع الزراعية والمشاريع الاقتصادية على اختلافها، ولم تمنعهم النهضة الاقتصادية والحضارية من التفكير في إيجاد حلول أكثر استدامة لتوفير المياه. ولكم أن تتخيلوا كيف لدولة فتية لم يتجاوز عمرها 10 أعوام أن تبدأ مطلع الثمانينيات بالتفكير في استكشاف قدرات تقنية تلقيح السحب أي الاستمطار، حيث تعاونت الجهات المختصة في أبو ظبي عام 1982 مع فريق أمريكي متخصص لإجراء أول تجربة لاستكشاف قدرة عمليات الاستمطار على تحسين هطول الأمطار. الآن أصبحت الإمارات المنصة العالمية الأكثر تطوراً في مجال علوم الاستمطار، إذ يعود الفضل في ذلك إلى برنامج الإمارات لبحوث علوم الاستمطار الذي نحتفي اليوم بالذكرى 10 من تأسيسه. الحضور الكريم، نؤمن في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بأن البحث العلمي والابتكار هما أساس التعامل مع الواقع وتحديات المستقبل، وانطلاقاً من كوننا دولة تؤمن بالمصير المشترك لكافة المجتمعات الإنسانية على هذا الكوكب، كنا دوماً حريصين على التعاون مع الجميع لتحقيق الازدهار العالمي وبناء حياة أفضل للجميع. ونحن إذ نواصل دعمنا للبرنامج فإننا أكثر حرصاً على أن يوفر نتائج إيجابية ملموسة، وهو ما يوفر الملتقى الدولي للاستمطار كمنصة عالمية لمناقشة واقع ومستقبل تقنيات الاستمطار كمصدر مائي متجدد ومستدام. نتطلع قدما للتعرف على مخرجات مناقشاتكم في هذه الدورة، ونشكركم جميعا على جهودكم البناءة. دمتم بخير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
We thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his continued guidance and support for the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science. And we would also like to thank His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Mandous for relaying His Highness's message onto us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Ms. Ali Al-Mazroui, Director of the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science, who will provide an overview of the International Rain Enhancement Forum and the program's new award cycle titled A Decade of Legacy and Impact, unveiling the 6th award cycle. Ms. Al-Mazroui.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Highness, Sheikh Diab bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Chairman of the Presidential Court for Development and Fallen Heroes Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues. Good morning and welcome to the 7th International Rain Enhancement Forum. As we enter 2025, climate-fueled weather events remind us every day of the urgent need for collective action to protect lives and livelihoods. Last month, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification reported that by 2050, drought will impact 3 of every 4 people globally. And it's predicted that in just 5 years, global freshwater demand will exceed support by 40%. These stark reminders are a wake-up call. But equally, this forum must carry a message of resolve. Let's remind ourselves that 2025 also began with promise in scientific research and in a formidable tool for tackling climate change, artificial intelligence. We are meeting here because of our hope, belief in perseverance, and our faith in the fierce power of scientific collaboration. These all values are all instilled by the late Sheikh Zayed, and to this day, they are principles the UAE is proudly stands for. Hope, hard work, and collaboration have guided the discussions of this forum for the last 7 years. What started as a modest workshop at 2017 is today a global platform of massive strategic importance. Together, under the guidance of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President and Deputy Prime Minister of the UAE and Chairman of the Presidential Court, we have developed, demonstrated, and deployed transformative technologies for rainfall enhancement. Ladies and gentlemen, this week, the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science marks a decade of concrete impact. It has been a decade of investment with $22.5 million channeled into targeted research projects, feeding into a long-term technology roadmap and resulting in 8 invention patents. A decade of innovation with the invention and commercialization of novel nanomaterials for cloud seeding and the integration of UAV systems into operations. It has been about improvement. With hybrid AI physics-based models implemented into weather and cloud forecasting, and of course, high-risk, high-reward research involving cutting-edge solutions. In fact, in the last 10 years, we have conducted 12 field and airborne campaigns for advanced technology demonstrations in the UAE and abroad. I'm pleased to say that IREF has counted more than 800 research proposals over the past 5 cycles, from 450 researchers globally. Of these, 14 have been awarded, resulting in 97 research studies published in top-tier peer-reviewed publications with more than 2,300 citations. On top of that, our network has expanded to 3,700 stakeholders across more than 76 countries and 6 continents, and our delegates have engaged at over 110 events across 18 countries. Thanks to these achievements, IREF became the second to earn the UAE Future Fit seal, acknowledging our position on the very frontier of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, this last decade has been one of achievement, but it's vital in the next 10 years we aim higher, go further, and move faster. That's why IREF has led an entire strategy reshape exercise to create a pathway for the next decade. As part of this exercise, we are delighted to announce the launch of our 6th award cycle, where there will be new research thrust areas to build on our current technology readiness levels. With that, it's now time to invite researchers to come forward with their proposals and be bold in their scope. Awardees will secure substantial funding and gain access to the top-tier facilities of the UAE National Center of Meteorology, as well as a global network of experts. Distinguished guests, before we begin today's discussions, a message of thanks to all those who believed in the importance of our mission and all those who share our hope for a better future. This decade of progress would not have been possible without all our stakeholders, partners, researchers, and everyone here today. Above all, we are grateful to His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who continues to encourage, energize, and embolden us. I think I speak on behalf of everyone here today when I say that we stand proud of our achievements. We also stand ready to collaborate, and we stand united for water security. Once again, welcome to the International Rain Enhancement Forum, and thank you.
Science and technology are reshaping how we tackle water challenges, diversifying resources, optimizing management, and securing a sustainable future. The UAE Research Programme for Rain Enhancement Science leads in combating water scarcity, fostering global collaboration and innovation. We invite visionary scientists and innovators worldwide to join our 6th cycle and explore groundbreaking solutions in rain enhancement science. On 9th October 2024, we launched our solicitation document detailing research priorities and evaluation criteria for the 6th cycle. Today, 28th January 2025, we officially open our call for pre-proposals, extending a global invitation to researchers and innovators to submit their targeted research proposals. All applicants must complete their registration by 13th March 2025 to confirm eligibility and formalise participation in our merit review process. By 20th March 2025, participants will submit pre-proposals offering a first glimpse into innovative concepts that could revolutionise water management. On 30th May 2025, shortlisted applicants will receive reviewer feedback, inviting them to submit comprehensive, detailed proposals. Full proposals demonstrating depth, feasibility, and innovative potential must be submitted by 28th August 2025. An international panel of experts evaluates submissions, ensuring only the most impactful ideas advance to final selection. Our journey culminates in the prestigious awards ceremony in January 2026, celebrating the 6th cycle awardees. As we mark a decade of impactful progress, our commitment to addressing water challenges remains resolute and unwavering. Join our mission to diversify water abundance for future generations.
Thank you, Ms. Ali Al-Mazroui, for your inspiring remarks, and congratulations on a successful 10 years of supporting the scientific community and making a meaningful difference. Today, scientists and researchers from around the world can register their interest to be part of a new Emirati story to tell the world, a rain-powered story. Ladies and gentlemen, IREF would not be where it is today if it isn't for the powerful work of our partners who have contributed to its establishment and leadership over the past decade. We would like to take a moment to recognize them today in front of our esteemed peers and scientific community. Please join us on stage when we announce your name, as the following segment will be conducted in Arabic. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعو سمو الشيخ ذياب بن محمد بن زايد آل نهيان والدكتور عبد الله المندوس لتكريم كوكبة من الشخصيات البارزة والمؤسسات المحلية والدولية التي ساهمت في تأسيس البرنامج ودعم ريادته على مدى العقد الماضي. فليتفضلوا مشكورين. سندعو الآن ممثلي الجهات للصعود للمسرح لاستلام التكريم والتقاط صورة تذكارية. بداية مع سعادة عبد الله أحمد بلعلا، مساعد الوزير لشؤون الطاقة والاستدامة عن وزارة الخارجية. سعادة سيف محمد السويدي، مدير عام الهيئة عن الهيئة العامة للطيران المدني. سعادة فيصل الحمادي، المدير التنفيذي لقطاع الجودة البيئية عن هيئة البيئة أبو ظبي. سعادة جمال ناصر الصويدر، المدير التنفيذي لقطاع المحتوى الإخباري عن وكالة أنباء الإمارات. دكتور ستيل دي كونينغ، رئيسة برنامج أبحاث الطقس العالمي في المنظمة العالمية عن المنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية the WMO. دكتور ستيل دي كونينغ. سعادة البروفيسور إبراهيم الحجري، رئيس الجامعة عن جامعة خليفة. السيد أحمد جمعة الشامسي، الرئيس التنفيذي للشؤون الاستراتيجية بالإنابة عن شركة أبو ظبي للمطارات. مستر ريتشارد بنكي عن شركة ساينس برايم. سعادة اللواء الركن خليفة حارب الخيلي، وكيل وزارة الداخلية عن وزارة الداخلية. سعادة اللواء الركن سعيد علي أبو شبص آل علي، الوكيل المساعد للموارد والخدمات المساندة عن وزارة الدفاع. الدكتور عبد الله حسين منقوش، مدير إدارة دراسات مصادر المياه بمكتب صاحب السمو رئيس الدولة سابقاً. معالي أحمد بن جمعة الزعابي، مستشار رئيس الدولة في ديوان الرئاسة، وسيستلم التكريم بالنيابة عن معاليه نجله السيد علي أحمد الزعابي. معالي فارس بن محمد المزروعي، العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة طيران الرئاسة. معالي مريم بنت محمد المهيري، رئيس مكتب الشؤون الدولية في ديوان الرئاسة. ومعالي الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر، وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة. السيدات والسادة الحضور، حان وقت التقاط صورة جماعية مع جميع المكرمين. نرجو من السيدة علياء المزروعي الانضمام إلينا على خشبة المسرح، فلتتفضل مشكورة. نتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لشركائنا الاستراتيجيين على جهودهم الجبارة في إنجاح البرنامج، وندعوهم للرجوع إلى مقاعدهم. شكرا. وبالنيابة عن المركز الوطني للأرصاد نتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان لسمو الشيخ ذياب بن محمد بن زايد آل نهيان على دعمه اللامحدود لبرنامج الإمارات لبحوث علوم الاستمطار من أجل تحقيق أمن المياه، وعلى حضوره الكريم اليوم. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نرجو منكم فضلاً وليس أمراً البقاء في مقاعدكم وشكراً. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask everybody to please remain in their seats as we move forward with the next segment of our program. There's plenty to look forward to for the rest of the day and the remainder of the program here at the Forum, in addition to the 6th award cycle with key dates and milestones coming up. So we hope that members of the scientific community, both present here with us today and all around the world, are ready for their submissions with the upcoming award cycle. We will also have plenty of breaks taking place throughout the day and during the program. So if you haven't had the opportunity, do feel free to check out our technology hub upstairs or just outside, as a matter of fact. It's got plenty of interesting historical facts and figures, which most of you may or may not be familiar with, in addition to key information on the awards cycle.
Test.
10th anniversary of the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science, UAE REP. We are honored to have two distinguished advisory committee members join us for a fireside chat where they will share insights into the UAE REP's pioneering research initiatives. Before I introduce our panelists, if I can ask you to please take a seat. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Her Excellency Dr. Nawal Al-Hosseini, the permanent representative of the UAE to the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, and Dr. Steve Griffiths, Vice Chancellor at the American University of Sharjah. Please give them a round of applause as we kick off our first conference session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's always amazing to come after a very positive experience like celebrating success, but also celebrating partnership and collaboration. So as the kind MC introduced me, my name is Nawal Al-Hosseini. I am the UAE Permanent Representative to IRENA, but my role with the program started with Steve, I think back in 2014, when we were assigned as advisors to this amazing team who accomplished phenomenal achievements in the last 10 years. So this is gonna be a very engaging and interactive session. And for those of you who are still in the back, please come forward. We promise you extremely insightful session. Before we start with this conversation with Steve, maybe Steve, if you can just also introduce yourself in relation to the program and why this program was important to you.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always a pleasure to come to this event. Now the 10th anniversary, we've been doing this for many years. As you heard in the introductions, I'm the Vice Chancellor Research and Professor at American University of Sharjah. Been in Abu Dhabi, though, before that for many years, 14 years, and that's how I got involved in the program. I was at Khalifa University as Senior Vice President for Research and also Professor. And Nawal and I think it was not 10 years ago, it was 11, got requested to look into how rainfall enhancement could be taken further in the UAE. There have been awards previously done, which were fantastic. There are recognition awards. But the question we were asked was how can we turn this into something that's going to be long-term and even more beneficial to the country. And so it's been an exciting journey since that time. And so we're going to have, as Nawal said, a very informal kind of discussion today. I'm first asked Nawal a question. And from Nawal's perspective, we'd like to hear, what do you think the program's been able to really achieve in the past 10 years? What's your perspective on this?
I think we've seen the numbers in the video that was presented. We also heard from Alia on the statistics. So statistically, the program has achieved a lot. But if we go beyond those numbers, the actual impact of the program is phenomenal because it mainstreams something that was never, basically before that, was one of the mainstream research agenda items. Now it is rain enhancement programs and research in that field became truly something that is looked at, and the UAE is being positioned as a leader and as an enabler of such program. So beyond the numbers, I think the achievement of the program is bringing an important topic like rain enhancement and weather modification into the global research agenda, providing a platform for collaboration beyond any of the differences and the conflicts that is basically kind of leading universally now, but bringing a topic that is very important, uniting the world into a platform that is very important. So and I think now you see more and more programs like this have appearing around the world, and I know this was basically where it started. So this program achieved so much from statistically, but also achieved a lot of intangible benefits for the science itself and for the program, and created opportunities for global collaboration, as all started from here, from Abu Dhabi.
And I'll give my perspective as well. So what's interesting is when you look at the way in which the program's evolved, we saw in the video, there's a new strategy. I love strategies. Strategies are always great. They have to implement something though as well. So I start back at what's the highest level of strategy? It's a vision. Yeah. And the vision is interesting because we always wanted to be with this program globally recognized in the research, development, demonstration, and deployment of rainfall enhancement technologies and operational practices. When you watch the video, I mean, I wasn't expecting over 10 years to see such an amount of achievement toward the vision. So the numbers speak for themselves. Just the international recognition, putting the UAE's efforts in rainfall enhancement on the map has been phenomenal. 3,700 stakeholders involved is a huge number. What's important to me, though, is about 1,800 of those individuals have been researchers, and they're coming from nearly 800 institutions, and we look at nearly 80 countries. It's a huge global impact. It's showing what's happening there. From an output perspective, it's great to see the entire spectrum of science to innovation, innovation being something which is actually socially or business-wise relevant and impactful happening. About 100 papers, 2,000 more citations, seeing all these different international events, more than 100 events having happened, and then the deployment of the technologies, which has had impact. And so as much as I like research and the publishing papers, what we've really tried to drive as a point in the program is trying to bring the science to actual realization of value. And so when you see the NCM aircraft deploying on a cloudy day and they're going up there to seed, what's really interesting is seeing the nanomaterial that was created in the program being one of the materials that's dispersed for seeding. Seeing we had corona emitters, but electrical charge stimulation for better coalescence of raindrops. That technology being looked at in the operational practices as well. And then an entire suite of capabilities through the physics and AI-based platform has been developed for being able to understand weather, but also understand when to see clouds. So it's an amazing realization of a vision. So I think we've achieved that goal in 10 years. Coming back to you, though, I've been talking about science and technology. I was going to wonder what your perspective is, given that you're our IRENA representative. You know so much about sustainability. How does this program line up with sustainability efforts in the UAE and the climate efforts as well?
So I think for most of you who either lived in the UAE or worked in the UAE or engaged with us who are very much embedded in the climate discussions, we all know that when it comes to such efforts, the UAE is extremely pragmatic. So, we have a challenge, we need to identify a solution, and how can we do that? Definitely we do that in partnership. So the approach and the methodology of how this program was developed is very much represents the UAE's pragmatic approach in addressing global challenges. But it is part of the pillars of what we look at when we address our, not only with the UAE, but global challenges, which is water scarcity. It comes, we are very much focused on innovation, on advancement of technology and collaboration. So this is exactly how the program was developed and evolved over the years. We know we have a global challenge. We know we need to understand the essence of it, and we know that we cannot do that alone. So like everything the UAE has done previously and continues to do, working in collaboration with the right partner, with the right stakeholders, understanding how we can achieve that together. So basically, as always, transferring a challenge into an opportunity to create a new science, an opportunity to create new technology, and an opportunity to innovate and to evolutionize something that is, we saw in the video that has happened or started years ago. But also, and this is maybe one of the things that's closest to my heart, how the development of this program led to the development of even our people. I get so emotional looking at Alia, for example, how over the years, not only she excelled in what she's doing, but she led this sector and advanced it. The team working with Alia, Yusuf, Sid, and all of them. This is like basically our youth have looked into this as an opportunity to grow and expand their knowledge and become real change makers into this science. So like everything we do it well, and we do it in a systematic and pragmatic way, and we focus on what matters most, our people.
And so now I give a
And
reflection.
let me, you keep asking me tough questions. So let me ask you now, from an academic perspective, how you see the program advanced the research and innovation in this science?
I was going to jump ahead because I don't like being called an academic, but I am, I suppose. I'm at a university, so we talk about academic. What I find really, really important about this program from an academic perspective is, let's say a researcher, what does a researcher want to pursue in research? You want to be able to engage in really, really interesting questions. You want to pursue topics that are going to create interesting opportunities for publications, innovation, and the like. You need programs that are funding you well to do your research, and you want those programs to be managed well, be best in class. And you want those programs, once they provide the money, they give you the opportunity, we want those programs to make us or make the research community more visible. If I look at all the things that were talked about in the video, and I looked at all the things that Alia talked about, and Dr. Bula and the rest of the leadership at NCM that support this program, I would say we've done best in class, not just for rainfall enhancement, but for research in general. Starting with interesting topics, the new research cycle, to me, if I were in the field, I'd be applying. I mean, I'd be a little conflicted of interest if I apply, but I nonetheless find it kind of interesting. I mean, I like the material science, the materials for cloud seeding is absolutely a phenomenally interesting area. Looking at cloud formation, I know it's a Dr. Abdullah's passion. If we ever can form a cloud and make it go somewhere to rain we want it to, that'd be great. But novel rainfall enhancement technologies in general, we've done plenty of that. That's a great area to look at. Everyone today talks about artificial intelligence and robots and drones and the like, but let's do it for things that are going to make a difference. And so for rainfall enhancement, having drones that can detect seedable clouds and do seeding is a revolutionary opportunity, and that's one of the pillars of our strategy. We don't like to say the word geoengineering, and so we have sort of this limited area climate interventions. So I think the team has come up with a way to say geoengineering in a way that's more socially acceptable. I like that. That's interesting. And then the entire area of bringing physics and artificial intelligence based modeling approaches together to really understand weather and understand how we can do rainfall better, phenomenal. So the topics are amazing. The funding is good. That's been levered up by the partners that come into the programs, the $22 million, something that I think has been stimulating for research to be adopted. But more importantly than the money that's been provided is how you get the money. And so the program's process of having this two-stage review cycle, having international panels of experts that look at the different projects and know what's the best to fit the vision of a roadmap, and then having those projects awarded and having the teams collaborate over time, not just about their own project, but looking how all the projects can intersect to create value and create new innovations in rainfall is amazing. And this program not just has the collaborators of the projects working together, they work with NCM, and NCM gives them the data, they give them the operational guidance, they give them the insights as to how to make these technologies and these operational practices very relevant, is amazing. And the IREF and these types of events, we have the great international recognition the researchers get. And then finally, as I said, for having that social impact, the innovation part is all about trying to localize and bring these capabilities to the ground in the UE. And so these demonstration projects and the like that have been conducted, you don't see that being an opportunity for many research programs. So it's quite phenomenal. I'm impressed. I think I probably have articulated that in more ways than one. What I want to ask Nawal, though, is $22 million is actually a fairly modest amount of money for the amount of achievements the program's had. I mean, I've seen, as you all hear, now we talk about technology, it's always billion and billion and billion of dollars. We're talking about 22 million. What do you think have been the key milestones achieved from the program, given good but relatively modest and well-used funds?
I think one of the biggest milestones is back to the statistics and the numbers. Yes, maybe the award is not, phenomenally high, but again, doesn't mean that this is the full amount or the budget that, the program can achieve. But reflecting on what was for me, given that I was involved in the program from the beginning, is a big milestone. Is the global recognition of the program, and this global recognition is not only when it comes to academic institutions or research center, but also global media, like publications like the New York Times, for example, the CNN, many international platforms they reached out to the program to understand more, to see why the UAE is doing that, and actually use it as a benchmark on best practice. So this global recognition, it's very easy for us to talk about our achievements, but the real achievement is when third party, and specifically, and I know that we have a lot of Western or friends representing Western countries, but usually Western media is very cynical about what we do. And having my background back in Masdar, we've had our fair share of basically skepticism about every great thing we do. But with the program, there has been global recognition on the importance of it, and there has been a lot of positive media and neutral media recognizing it and using it as a model. So that's, for me, is a very, very important milestone. The other milestone is the increased number of submissions that we receive year on year. Usually, when we took the decision that we are not going to do this program annually, it's going to be biannually, we were worried that's going to impact the number of our submission, but also the quality of the submission. And actually, it wasn't the case, as you know. So the brand quality of the program became extremely important and very significant, that there is a lot of willingness and global excitement about it, and willingness to partner with the prize. But let's go back to Steve about we always spoke about how the UAE have a unique way in supporting the projects. So do you want to elaborate a little bit more on how does the program create value way more than the financial award that usually the awardee receives?
Absolutely. So I will answer this question thinking about the new strategy, because it's burned in my brain. We spent so much time thinking about what the next cycle is going to open up as opportunities. We talk about the vision, we talk about the mission. Yes, the mission to make the UAE's efforts in this area so much more visible, and then to get strong research and rainfall enhancement that's scientifically validated going. We talk, though, more so than the mission, about the pillars which hold up that mission. That's what makes a program special. So when you look at these individual pillars, what I think is really good, it's a research program. So the managed grant assistance, it sounds very sort of technical, but it's really about engaging with the NCM and the UAE rep in the research that you conduct to make it as meaningful and impactful as possible. It is not an agreement where we just say go off and figure out what you can do. It's about working with the organization locally in the UAE to figure out how your science and your technical work can bring value back to rainfall enhancement in the country. That is unique. I mean, myself and Nawal, we spend a lot of time with the program, and what I do in my particular role is trying to make sure that alignment between the research conducted and the value creation happens. And so we like to see that. That's a great opportunity. The second piece is international visibility. There's so many events through UAE Rep which are so significant and so interesting and so meaningful. It's very exciting to me to be able to see as a researcher that I can go to the IREF and I can speak about my research. I can go to one of the webinars we conduct and I can talk about my research. That level of visibility, in addition to the conferences, that's special for many programs. The third, I think, is probably the most important for the country as we talk about the capacity building component to it, but also the knowledge transfer back into country. You will not see research conducted in UAE Rep that is not always being brought back into country for the value it can create for rainfall enhancement. We need to be able to make sure as we do scientific research, especially as it's not going to be in every country in the world anymore, as we know. I'm an American, so I can speak openly about this. You see the best in practice research happening continually in the UAE because we're trying to create the local value, and we don't let that fall from us. And then finally, when you look at the overarching views on how we can create the value, it's trying to bring that localization. And we keep talking about research innovation. That's sort of the fourth pillar. It's not to be forgotten, but we don't put it up front because as a research program, I think we expect innovation and research excellence to fall out of what we do. So it's these pillars which drive the program, which create its uniqueness for me. And it's been an opportunity for this new strategy, which is behind the sixth cycle, to see all these come together and make research globally something that the UAE is going to be recognized for more and more so in the future.
So what message would you give to young researchers out there looking at this program and other programs to to advance one of the most critical issues, which is water security?
Well, I mean, so when I assess research, I mean, there's three areas that I would say are the kind of the KPI buckets of what a program should offer and what a young researcher should look for. One is you want to be able to participate in programs that have great knowledge output. Knowledge, what is it? Many times we talk about the scientific publications. So 2,000 citations of 100 papers over a few years, 10 years, after having had a good amount of funding. That's stimulating, and that's something I think a young researcher would want to be involved in, because those outputs academically and for knowledge are based on this rigorous merit review process, which has awarded you as a researcher to do something special. The second area is innovation. So research is wonderful, but again, if you're not deploying technologies, bringing science forward, what are you really trying to do? So innovation is about social value, it's about business value, it's about trying to find ways in which research that's conducted is going to be brought back to a value creation proposition, and that's what the program really pushes. It's not just about funding research and seeing what happens, it's about that value creation. And the fourth is capacity development, knowledge transfer. If you're a young researcher, what this program is all about is that third prong. Yes, knowledge creation, innovation, but capacity development. There's been so many times that we've seen the program, and as we award in the program, seen the program bring young researchers into the scope of the activities, getting them engaged, getting the training happen. The NCM staff has been engaged. The more junior folks have been engaged in some of these different activities as they've pursued their knowledge creation throughout the research and development life cycle. So I'd say the message is look for excellent programs that are well-grounded, highly stable. I can tell you this is a very stable program. It's got great ambitions, and so it will continue to be one that is going to be at the forefront of science innovation with capacity development embedded. That's what I look for as a researcher myself, and what I think young researchers should look for. Now, I think coming back to you is, what do you think the program, I won't necessarily ask you what you think that young researchers should be considering, but what do you think the program should be looking for in the future? What would be your vision for the vision of this program?
So I think for the next 10 years, and already, I think already the program's doing exactly that, is keeping itself relevant, keeping itself on top of technologies and industries. So I think in the next 10 years, we look into having a quantifiable, basically measures of the impact of the program, but also to increase not only the rainfall, but all the sectors that we've seen the next cycle is gonna focus on. So more innovation, more technology, but also, as you mentioned, more capacity building for the UAE and abroad, and even further collaboration. So I think I'm going to give you the floor to give the last message, but before I do that, I would like to thank you all, to thank Dr. Abdullah for his support for the program, thank Alia for the achievement, and Yusuf and the whole team, those even the ones that I don't see around you, but I know they are working in the back to make this program even bigger success and to host us in this amazing forum. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your passion, and thank you for your commitment. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, for entertaining us for the last 10, 15 minutes.
So I get the last word? Okay. Well, I will leave you all with one thought, is this program, as I said before, it's focused on rain enhancement, but it really is the showcase, in my view. I've done much assessment of research programs. It really is a showcase of how you do research innovation in a way that's going to have impact and meaning. And to get to the point where we've gotten today, I'll reinforce what Nawal said. It took the leadership of Dr. Abdullah Mandous and Omar Yazidi and the R&D team, and of course Alia. She's led this for many years, and the many different, Yusuf is in the front row. I've been worked with him. So many people have come together in a relatively modest budget, but one that we've leveraged well to really bring value to the program. And as before in the recognitions, of course, Nawal and I go back a long time, and Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber brought us together to help this, and so we have to recognize the UAE's leadership in so many different disciplines and areas that were behind this entire initiative. And so this has been my great pleasure. We said 11 years. I feel very old now, so it's let's see if there'll be 11 more. If there is, I'm sure we'll see lots of rainfall in the country for the benefit of us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Excellency and Professor Griffiths, for that, I would say like a really robust exchange of ideas and insights and perspectives, you know, tackling both the visionary side, the practical side of the program, and like really giving it all the different colors to view it in a different light. So thank you for that very, very insightful interaction. And now we're going to move on to our first plenary session of the day, which brings together international leaders to discuss water security in what we all know is a changing climate. This session will explore the regional and global implications of climate change on water availability, distribution, and quality. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Dr. Amna bint Abdullah Dhahak, Minister of Climate Change and Environment, UAE, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning. A very good morning to everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be with you here this morning to discuss the very fundamental of life, the source of prosperity, water, the health of our planet. With the growing population and the urbanization and climate change, global sustainable management and unsustainable management practices, we are continuously placing great pressure on one of our most valuable and precious resources, on water. Approximately half of the world's population is currently subject to severe water scarcity, with 3.5 billion lacking access to safely managed sanitization. And with other statistics that we've heard earlier through our speakers from Ms. Ali Al-Mazrou'i as well, we know that we have deeply concerning statistics that we have to collectively address. And they underscore urgency for action, for cross-sectoral dialogues, and for robust partnerships on all levels, international, regional, and national levels. The UAE, as a country located in one of the world's most arid regions, we have a deep understanding of the criticality of securing water resources. And we have profound awareness woven into the very fabric of our society. This understanding has driven us to prioritize sustainable access to water and to set us on a journey of both innovation and investment to create a more water-secure future. From addressing demand to supply and the production and distribution of water, our Water Security Strategy 2036 has set us on a path toward reducing average water consumption per capita by half, and also enabling us to embrace sustainable practices. Working with local businesses and communities, we are taking action to highlight the importance of water conservation. But with our commitments to ensuring water security is not limited on the national efforts, but also we're working on multi-levels, regionally and internationally. And today's forum is one of those platforms that the UAE have developed and created to create that collaboration worldwide. The UAE, as the COP28 president, launched the water agenda and put it at the very forefront of the COP agendas. And with that, we gave unprecedented attention to water risks and opportunities, ranging from its consumption, heavy consumption in agriculture, to disaster prevention. And we announced a partnership with both the Netherlands and Tajikistan as our COP28 water champions to ensure we build upon the outcomes and the momentum that was established in the UN 2023 Water Conference. And we welcomed in COP29 the continuation of that effort and the launch of the COP29 Declaration on Water and Climate Action and the Baku Dialogue on Water for Climate Action. And in December 2026, we stand poised to make history again. Alongside Senegal, we will co-host the United Nations Water Conference, a watershed moment in our global efforts and global pursuits for sustainable development. This will be a vital opportunity and a vital platform to inject renewed energy into our collective effort and to drive tangible progress and to galvanize the world towards a future where clean water and sanitization is available for all and not just for some. Real change and tangible action on sustainable water solutions demand more than individual effort. They demand a unified front, an acceleration of collective effort, and we must work together to unlock investments and leverage innovation globally, especially in the Global South. Technology is undoubtedly an enabler, and we have listened to the previous panel, and we have also listened to previous presentations on how technology have been essential in rain enhancement programs. We must leverage every advantage that we can afford. And for that, the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative was established. To achieve this, it is one of those initiatives that aims to champion technological innovations and to accelerate global action on water scarcity. And we are continuing our efforts to confront this urgent challenge and to raise awareness on the severity of water scarcity worldwide. The challenge of water security is vast, and we hear it being addressed in so many international platforms and dialogues, including this forum. It is vast, but it's not insurmountable. Through collective action, we can make tangible progress and we can achieve our collective goals toward a more water security future. And we can build that future to nourish our communities, to empower our economies, and to sustain life itself on our beautiful earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your valuable remarks this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are excited to present an engaging panel discussion featuring esteemed panelists, including Mr. Loic Fouchon, President of the World Water Council and ISC co-chair, and Ms. Aisha Al-Atigi, Executive Director of the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative, the MBZWI. The session will be moderated by my colleague, Tom Urquhart, news presenter at Dubai Eye Radio Arabian Radio Network. Please join me in welcoming them on stage.
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much indeed for being with us. A huge thanks to Her Excellency as well for setting the scene for us here this morning into the afternoon. Plenary sessions are plenty coming your way, so a lot for us to discuss. And a big thanks for that kind introduction as well. Just to reintroduce my panelists alongside me, Aisha Al-Atigi, the Executive Director of the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Aisha. Thank you for your time. And Mr. Loic Fouchon, the President of the World Water Council. Bienvenue. Thank you so much indeed, Loic, for being with us, and thank you for your time here as well. Listen, we just heard the words of Her Excellency, talking there about the need for collective action. Everyone in this room is well aware that water security is not something that is just the responsibility of one country, of one state. It is a critical global challenge at the moment. But just in terms of opening thoughts, just in terms of setting the scene maybe for our delegates here, how do you sum up the current state of water scarcity, the challenges we're facing at the moment? And what would you, Aisha, say are the prime factors that are making those challenges even more difficult to address today?
Firstly, good morning, and I'm delighted today to join this discussion on water security, not only because it's fundamental for human survival, but it's also a cornerstone for sustainable development and economic stability. I would say the current state on global water scarcity is quite alarming. I don't want to sound repetitive and repeat some of the statistics that were shared, but if we look at if 2 billion people around the world lack access to clean, drinkable water, and we know that around 4 billion people around the world also face water scarcity at least 1 month per year. I mean, while water scarcity has been quite profound in our region, in the MENA region, and because of how arid or semi-arid we are, but what we're seeing today is that global water scarcity is spreading around the world. We're seeing it in parts of the world, like the US, parts of Europe, Spain, Germany, where water was previously where these cities or countries were previously water abundant. So, example of that would be in the US, the river of the Colorado River Basin. So when you see these examples, you know that today we're facing a crisis that is very global in nature. I would say the main 3 factors that are really exacerbating the issue would be, first, supply constraints. Fresh water availability is under pressure. We are extracting groundwater, which is putting pressure on our aquifers and limiting our reserves for the future. We're also seeing that when it comes to surface water, rivers and lakes, they are drying up or they're becoming polluted because of industrial, agriculture, and even domestic waste. The second factor would be the demand pressure. Demand for water globally is soaring, whether it's because of population growth, urbanization, economic development. Agriculture alone uses up to 70% of our fresh water withdrawals. We also, when we look at the water-intensive industries, whether it is textiles, energy production, we also see with the AI revolution, a lot of these data centers that we're expecting to come out in the future are going to require a lot of water. And then I think the last factor would be climate change. It is accelerating the crisis. We can see that with the rising temperatures, the unbalanced hydrological cycle, but also what we're seeing is these extreme weather conditions, whether in the form of droughts or floods. They are increasing in terms of their intensity and their frequency, which is making water supplies very volatile and unpredictable. Economically, we've seen predictions that have come out to say that by 2050, GDP is expected to be impacted by water scarcity, 8% for high-income countries and up to 15% for low and middle-income countries. So regardless of our pick on statistics, what we can see is water scarcity is a multi-dimensional crisis that is impacting both human and economic development. And I think what's really concerning is it's simply not getting the level of attention.
Until today, that's for sure. And all the extraordinary efforts of the individuals here. Look, over to you as well. I'm sure there's many points there that you concur with. But set the scene, if you can, from a global perspective. And again, that question of what's exacerbating the issue at the moment.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks first to invite the World Water Council through its president. I'm not a rain expert, but I know a few things about water security. It's the main challenge, not only in this region, but worldwide. And that's the reason I would like to have two main comments. The first is we have not only the climate change or climate divagations facing us. We, worldwide, we have the demography increasing. And the urbanization, which is a consequence of this increasing. And we need in the future, now in the future, more and more water volumes facing this demography. Just one example. Look, the city of Kinshasa in Congo, capital of Congo. 6 million inhabitants in 16 to 17 inhabitants today, 25 inhabitants in 2030. It's around 300,000 cubic meters per day, additive amount. And for a year, it's around 100 to 150 million cubic meters additive. So, and it does not come from climate, it comes only from the demography. So I would like to underline this issue, which is very important worldwide and mainly in the poorest countries, which has also the most important demographic increasing. The second one is about scarcity. Scarcity is a part of our problems worldwide. In perhaps more countries, the problem of excess of water is a challenge. And the pollution, which are increasing in a lot of cities all around the world, the poorest one, unfortunately, is also. So scarcity, excess of water, and pollution are the three main challenges that we have. Until now, it was separate. But today, we are understanding, due to the climate evolutions, that droughts, floods, pollution, same fight. Look, during 24 year, we had an important rainfall here in this area, in Oman, in Dubai, but also in Jeddah, also in Africa Horn. All countries had received more, and they are scarce countries. That's the reason I say same fight, because the consequence concerning investments and managing water are now quite the same all over the world. That's the two first message I'd like to deliver, because you will be here, the capital of water, until December 26, co-organizing with Senegal the next UN Water Conference. Our council is organizing the World Water Forum every 3 years also. And you will be between Bali Forum and Riyadh Forum in 27. And Riyadh Forum will be between two conferences. That's the reason, and I will precise, we have to cooperate.
Crucial time then, as you reiterate. Just a quick one to you, Loic, as well, if I may, because you have such a unique perspective, given your global role in your global perspective as well. It's great to hear that there are so many initiatives around the world. There are so many initiatives regionally as well. But when it comes to water management, are we getting that collective action between the global initiatives and the regional initiatives? And can regional initiatives, like Aisha's and others here, learn from the global initiatives as well?
Before returning to the UN Water Conference, what are the solutions? We need, as it has been said before, we need to produce more water, and to consume less in the same time. And it's a different challenge, but it's the same policy. That's the reason in the World Water Council for years we are saying water is politics. We have the technical solutions. You have the technical solution all over the world. But we need to convince the political leaders and economical stakeholders sometimes that they have to place water as a priority, which is not the case worldwide. In a lot of countries, water arrives 7/10 priority. So we need to place it more on the agenda. Produce more. In the French language, we say, do not place your eggs in the same basket. I think that's the same in all language. It means that we cannot prioritize one kind of production. Desalination, work on what UNESCO call invisible water, the one which is underground, but also transfer on larger distances, and more, as you are doing here, desalinate. But desalination is now cheaper than 10 years ago. Today, imagine that around 80 countries are entering in desalination process. 80 countries. I remember 20 years ago, it was only here in Saudi Arabia and in Kuwait. So it's a good thing. And the new revolution, it's recycling water. Recycling water, at the moment you are producing sewage treatment plant, it's very cheap to use recycling water and reuse it today for agriculture and industry, but tomorrow, and it's the case here in Spain, in Singapore, to use it for domestic use. So that's the solutions, and solutions has to be completed globally. Don't say to one country, desalination is the only solution. No, you have to work on all these kind of solutions. And be careful, because we have the responsibility to produce water for humans for different use. But we need to keep water for nature. That's, for example, what we call the nature-based solutions, but there's other kind of solutions. So this is the global approach that we could underline today.
And I wonder if I could sort of reword the question a little to you as well, because obviously the initiative of which you are a director of, the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative, relatively new in terms of initiatives here in the region and on a global scale as well. But again, that word innovation, driving water innovation and the solutions therein. Again, maybe you could just share a couple of the initiatives that you're involved with towards that end. And again, is global scalability, is looking global, as Loke has just been talking about, important to you and the initiative?
Definitely. So innovation is going to be extremely essential for us to really address water scarcity. And the reason why is because the water sector has been quite stagnant, especially if we compare it to other sectors like the energy sector or even the healthcare sector. The pace of technological development is much faster there. So how can we really incentivize the right solutions that we'll need in the future? Now, the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative is a newly established organization, part of the UAE's effort to address global water scarcity. The organization hopes to move the needle on water scarcity through three main strategic pillars. The first being accelerating innovation. How can we incentivize technological breakthroughs? How can we get new solutions to be tested and to be commercially deployed? What we're hearing when we're speaking to entrepreneurs in the water sector, that it takes around 2 to 3 years for them to qualify for funding, and even more for those solutions to reach the market. A creative or unique approach that we're taking to address the innovation aspect in the water sector is utilizing prizes and challenges as a powerful tool to really unlock innovation. One of the projects we've launched, our first priority project, was our partnership with the X Prize Foundation in launching humanity's largest ever prize. It is a 5-year competition with a prize purse of $119 million, and the prize is designed to break the economic barrier of desalination even further to make it more accessible to low and middle income countries. Registration is open for our prize. We have over 330 teams pre-registered from 68 countries. The second area of focus for us is raising awareness, and that is around really getting people not just to understand the urgency and the scale of this, but to really get all these stakeholders to connect in a way that can generate meaningful action. And this includes how can we support the international community to mount a more decisive and coordinated response to address this challenge. We're also making it a priority to engage with youth, as water scarcity is an immediate threat, but it's also an intergenerational challenge, and we need our future youth to be empowered. And finally, I agree with you. I don't think there's one perfect solution to address water scarcity. There's going to be many, and I think what we need to do is to really collaborate with stakeholders around the world to bring these solutions to life.
Can I just pick up on one thing you said there, that the importance of youth engagement? I mean, this is something that is important to industries the world over at the moment. We're going through interesting times, that's for sure. But how vital is that for you and your initiative, and for the wider issue here at the moment?
So we really want a water-educated future generation, and I think youth play a huge potential in like being powerful agents of change on water scarcity, both locally and globally. Over the past couple of months, we held a series of consultation sessions in different forums, at COP29 in Baku, at COP16 in Riyadh, and those consultation sessions were focused on understanding from young people how we can tackle this challenge, but more importantly, how can we empower them? And what we've been hearing from youth is that it is essential for them to have a seat at every table, but most importantly is for us to listen to them and actively engage with them. And also by creating the right platforms and opportunities for them to drive innovation and action.
I just want to get your thoughts on that as well. This youth engagement focus at the moment. I mean, people like to talk about the sort of battle of generations at the moment, but is there a different perspective when it comes to generations at the moment and the approach to water scarcity?
Just before answering your question, I would like to follow you. The principle of COP, that's negotiation. The principle of forum or UN conference, that's cooperation, which is different. We have not the same challenge, we have not the same targets, and it's perhaps more easier to cooperate than to negotiate. Secondly, concerning the place in the future, the place of young generations, I would like to insist. We cannot continue in international events, international conference, to stay among experts. That's the reason in our council we have decided 12 years ago now to have obligatory young delegates, very young one, around 25 to 30 years old. They could be researchers, workers, students, and they bring us new ideas, new kind of comportments. That's a new blood for us, and I would like to say to all, it's not easy, but I would like to say to all organizations, and in the council we have 300 international organizations members, 60 governments, all the UN agencies and all development banks. And step by step, I see women first, young people secondly, arriving and bringing their innovative ideas. It's very, very important. I would like to be back to the UN conference you have the responsibility to co-organize. I was, as others, in New York, 23. We have prepared all over the world very important response solutions. 700 kind of solutions have been presented, water solutions in New York. No result. Silence after. Just 18 months after, one decision arriving from UN. Appoint a special envoy on water with a woman, which is first a good thing. Thirdly, is a diplomat, which is also good. And thirdly, she knows very well water issues. She's Mrs. Retsudi, the former Foreign Affairs Minister of Indonesia during 12 years. And we are working very closely with her, and you will work very closely with her, because she will be head of with you for the preparation of this event. That's the first comment. You need to show the world that it's a world water UN conference and not a continental or regional one. So not only scarcity, but also all issues first. The second comment I would like to do is, such events you have to prepare, obviously. You have to develop during 1 week or 10 days all solutions. But the most important is the follow-up. That's the reason I have decided as President of the Council that now the follow-up will be probably the most important part of the World Water Forum. The reason in 1 month we co-organize with the Indonesian government a first follow-up meeting to show that 1 year ago we have presented different solutions and response, and now we are able to produce some of these solutions. And secondly, we will meet also in Riyadh because we are launching the next forum, the kickoff next forum, which will take place in 27, and the kickoff will be in Riyadh 14th and 15th of April next April. So follow-up is really, really very important, and I hope I have discussed this issue with Mrs. Retno Massoudi, will be also very important with you and Senegal for the preparation and after your conference. I mean that the conference will take place in November, December 26, but it will not stop. You have to continue after. It's your responsibility.
And to that end, just to follow up on that, I mean, and given your greater experiences of such conferences and the discussions that go in there, when you look ahead to the UN Water Conference 2026, as you mentioned at the end, are you hopeful of the outcomes for that conference? If you could proffer any advice as to how to accelerate those outcomes, other than the advice you've just given us, what advice would that be?
I do not have to give advice. I could just give some expertise. It's so difficult to be really worldwide, to understand all culture, all policies, etc., and arrive. Look, in Bali, we were 17,000 delegates and around 70 to 80,000 participants. So and it will be the same for you, I hope. Perhaps in Dakar, perhaps in Abu Dhabi, I don't know, it's up to you. But the cooperation is so important that during the preparation, we have, and you will have to be very flexible, very cooperative, because at this moment, we could imagine all this UN conference will take place, and perhaps in 1 year, due to some change in climate, in demography, in political situation, you will change and we will change, because my proposal today, that I will meet also Mrs. Massoudi in 3 weeks, that your country and the World Water Council and Saudian colleagues cooperate very closely to prepare both, because our events are 1 year, one from the other, so we cannot ignore the other. We need to be closer. Our duty, our raison d'être, is to bring more and more access to water to the poorest and the most deprived. The rest is not important.
International collaboration, obviously key, Aisha. That's obviously one of the messages that we've heard very clearly here this afternoon. But I suppose, again, if we were to look into that crystal ball, if we're looking ahead at the moment, not just to 26 and the extraordinary opportunities we have there, but maybe the next decade or something like that, is there one critical action that all of us, individuals, organizations, governments, can take, or rather should prioritize to enhance water security?
I would say, looking ahead, one action, whether on different scales as government leaders or as private sector innovators, the academic world, youth, and various communities, I would say raising awareness. Because I think within the water community, and I think everyone within the room, we understand the urgency of the scale. But when we look outside, there is a gap. There's a significant gap. And it's a gap between perception and reality. And if we look at, to some people around the world, water flows freely. You open the tap and you have access to water. But 25% of the global population live in countries with extreme water stress. So we clearly have a gap. And how do we bridge that gap between perception and reality? And I think raising awareness will be important, because I think that gap is a significant barrier to action. And I think if we can raise awareness, mount the kind of coordinated response that we need from the international community, engage the different stakeholders, I think we can then generate meaningful action to address this challenge.
Look, is that something that you concur with? Is raising awareness something we as a collective could do more of?
If I could try to answer the same question you have to my colleague. You know, we are talking a lot concerning water security. We say we need to secure water because we need water for food. That's right. How can we feed 1.5 to 2 billion more people just in Africa before the end of the century? It's very difficult, but it's not sufficient. We need to point that we need water for health, and it's the poorest parents, I could say. We have understood that during the COVID period, but you know, today the World Sanitation Organization, the World Health Organization, say there is quite 1 billion to 1.5 million people, mainly children, dying from water which is not safe. So we need to work in the two same directions, health and food, which is very important in the treatment of the next conference. And the second comment I would like to do, which is a very difficult issue, we need to talk more to the public at large. We are experts. We are living in nice hotels and a wonderful conference, but we need to explain the public at large everywhere, and mainly through the young generation. Every year, quite every month in my country, in south of France, I'm going in elementary school to try to explain what are water issues. The children, they understand very quickly. And when they are back home the evening, they say to the parents, look, water is a very important issue. And so I try to explain to all governments that we meet, place not only the right to water in your constitution, which is important for the principle, for the image, but try to decide through a law, through different obligations, to have water programs in the elementary schools. That's the best investments that we could produce for the future.
Just while I've got you both here as well, and before we wrap things up, you mentioned there about the importance of raising awareness. I know it's early days in the forum this year, but amazing to get so many world leaders, so many great voices, great minds together. Again, is this key to the sort of raising awareness that you were talking about, events like this?
Definitely, and I think because when we raise awareness, we can then generate, as I said, that kind of collective response, and more importantly, the right level of investments is going to come through and be channeled to finding solutions. So innovation, awareness is going to be extremely important to us to accelerate innovation. And as Alia mentioned in her keynote speech, if we're looking at a deficit by 2030 where demand will surpass supply by 40%, so that's in 6 years. And if we look at the implications of not having, or the implications of water scarcity, whether it's the impact on food, on human life, on health, on economic and geopolitical stability, the displacement that could happen, we really need to find the right solutions, and we need to accelerate that process. We need to accelerate further advancing existing solutions like water reuse, desalination, digital water management, and what we've seen as well with the AI revolution, big data and AI already impacting water management, whether it's in predictive analytics or optimization of water management. I think we will need to really accelerate that process to be able to find solutions and technologies that are economically viable to low and middle income countries and economically viable to many of the water scarce communities. Because today solutions exist, and as a nation we were able to thrive and survive because of our access to desalination. But unfortunately today these technologies are not economically viable. So how can we really break those economic barriers, make them more sustainable? And as the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative, we're extremely committed to ensure the future water technologies are economically, sustainably accessible to water scarce communities around the world.
I'm sure that all these conversations, ours and those to follow, will of course be adding to that wider conversation. Okay, we need to wrap things up with one final point, some closing arguments, if you like, from you both. And I know we've spoken a lot about the UN Water Conference in 2026, with good reason as well. It could be a critical moment for this global issue. So, let's set the agenda, if we can. Not the entire one, we haven't got enough time for that, but let's just set one agenda item that you would like to see on the UN Water Conference 2026 agenda. What item would that be and why? And again, I appreciate that we might well have covered that ground already, but just in conclusion.
Definitely. I think I'm going to sound repetitive, but it's definitely innovation to really find the solutions to meet our global water demand.
That's one item for the agenda. Loic, over to you for another.
This lady will be organizer, I will not be, but no, very globally. As I have said at the closing of Bali Water Forum with the president of Indonesia, be world water warriors everywhere, every time. And be careful. Try to find the good balance between in artificial intelligence and human intelligence in the field of water. Do not go too fast to artificial intelligence. Keep us that humankind is probably the best one.
Can't thank you both enough for those kind words. Can't thank you enough for being with us here throughout proceedings as well. To our two panelists, and I appreciate that probably there are many of questions. Many questions will be answered in the breakout session straight after that. But for now, the first plenary session comes to a conclusion. Please put your hands together for both Loic and Aisha. Thank you very much indeed to you both.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for their thoughtful insights and contributions on the subject. We covered the subject of awareness, youth, innovation quite heavily. We also touched on artificial intelligence, which gives us a really good segue into our next plenary session on the program today is on artificial intelligence for weather modification, future pathways. And in this session, we will explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in climate and weather forecasting, as well as in climate intervention activities. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists as they explore the transformative role of AI in advancing weather modification technologies. They include His Excellency Mohammed bin Tali'a, Chief of Government Services, UAE Government at the Prime Minister's Office, and His Excellency Hassan Al-Husseini, Chief Executive Officer of Bayanat Smart Solutions, Space 42, and Dr. Christian Bodnar, co-founder of Silurian AI and former senior researcher at Microsoft Research AI for Science. And I would also like to invite back my colleague Tom, who will be moderating this session.
Yep, sorry, it's me again. But worry not, because I have an all-star panel alongside me to discuss what is a very, very critical element here. We are talking artificial intelligence, which is interesting. Nice segue from the conversation we were having just a few moments ago. So artificial intelligence for weather modification, future pathways. Wonderful to have His Excellency Mohammed bin Tali'a with us here today. Mohammed, thank you so much indeed. Great to have you on board. Oh, hello. They turned the volume up. Look at that. The volume's gone right up. Great to have you with us. Alongside Mohammed is Christian, Dr. Christian Bodnar, the co-founder of Silurian.ai. Christian, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Enjoying your time in Abu Dhabi at the moment? All good?
Yeah, all good so far.
All good so far?
Thanks so
good. And of course, His Excellency Hassan Al-Husseini. Your Excellency, again, thank you so much indeed. Good to see you and thanks for joining us. Okay, the icebreaker, if you like. A question to you all, just to get the ball rolling. AI is obviously key to any conversation around any industry at the moment. The global conversation about AI includes, of course, the arguments about sustainability, etc. So how do you each see AI shaping the future of weather as a whole or climate scale prediction as a key tool in the water, food, energy nexus. Should we start with you, Your Excellency Mohammed, if we could?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me today. You know, Tom, mentioning how will AI impact, you know, the future of climate and sustainable development. I believe AI will impact everything. It's not only this domain. But I believe AI could be used to augment human analytics and to support us as a nation to accelerate the understanding of climate, the understanding of how we utilize water, energy, and to how we utilize it, and help us design a better ways of how we can utilize it and consume this energy. The UAE today has deployed many AI-driven analytical tools, and that's also complemented by the use of IoT and use of big data to analyze the use of water in the UAE, the use of water in soil in agriculture, and that helped us to understand better how can we further optimize the way we utilize water, which is a very scarce resource in the UAE. On the other hand, AI has been used also in urban planning. In Abu Dhabi, a lot of the work that is being done for urban planning is being designed by AI, where it helps us design cities in a way that is more sustainable and that can deliver a better future for next generations. Overall, if you ask me, if I speak frankly today, it's still not. Nobody can tell you how much AI can impact this sector, but I believe that it will have a very positive impact, and it can help us accelerate our ambitious mission towards net zero by 2050.
Christian, over to you. The future is bright. Is the future AI? Is it the solution?
So I think as was already mentioned, we've already witnessed to some extent in the last few years with the progress of AI, with large models like GPT and driving advancements across multiple directions. But if I were to focus on weather in particular and the environment, I think the biggest impact there comes from democratizing these tools. Like, for instance, many parts of the world still rely on numerical weather models developed in Europe or United States, Japan, and so on, that are kind of global, but they're not necessarily the best tools for analyzing what happens at the regional and local level. And developing this kind of numerical model is actually years of research, very large teams, a lot of funding, and so on. And what we are now seeing with AI models is a hugely accelerated pace of progress, and now even smaller teams of researchers can produce models of similar or even better quality that are actually specialized for particular regions or areas or data sources. Many governments around the world have a lot of data that is relevant for whatever problem they're trying to solve here. And these models can integrate such data and leading to kind of personalized models for various regions and countries. So I think kind of democratizing these powerful technologies, which used to be maybe owned or being developed by just a few countries, now everyone is going to have access to these powerful technologies.
I think you make a fascinating point there, Dr. Bodner, as well. And maybe Your Excellency Hassan Al-Hassani, if I could get your thoughts on that, because we as a world are all too ready to say that AI is the solution at the moment for all our woes moving forward. It will be the future. But again, we can see it from so many different perspectives, so many different industries. We know the impact it's having on space, a realm you know all too well. Again, how do you get the best of AI to make a solution for climate crisis, sustainability, and moving forward?
Of course. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's great to be on this platform, and it's an area that we are really accelerating our efforts and capabilities in to understand the climate, to predict, to be able to support both the positive value of AI being applied for cloud seeding and other principles of agri-tech, alongside how can we actually monitor disasters and support countries and nations in disasters. AI, when we talk about AI, there's a lot of theoretical concepts that float around, and we can talk, and as His Excellency Mohammed mentioned, we cannot put a specific value on how can AI be applied, but we're taking practical steps forward. As an example, when we talk about the weather forecasting and how we can actually utilize AI for weather forecasting, if we talk about the conventional weather numerical models or numerical weather models, applying AI can disrupt that power consumption or the high computing power that is required by the conventional numerical weather models, and the time required to actually analyze that. By applying AI or by introducing AI into that can actually disrupt it, can accelerate the process, and accelerate the insights that we can gather from that principle. In Space 42, we are putting a lot of effort into applying or combining the power of space imagery or remote sensing with AI. And by doing so, we are able to transform conventional road images and road remote sensing data into insights, into predictive insights that can support weather forecasting, can support agri-tech from the perspective of looking at the soil analysis, looking at the agricultural analysis, and of course looking at other dimensions as well when it comes to synthetic aperture radar data, for example, versus optical data versus multi-spectrum data. There's a lot of data that is there. Applying AI can create that neural connection. These are all different nodes, be it current data, old data. We have an abundance amount of data everywhere, and we're always connecting AI to data, right? So it's how do we actually create that neural network between all the data assets or the data nodes that we have to come up with better insights, and therefore can apply these insights into reality.
But you're at Space 42, you're already seeing the results of that at the moment.
Yes, of course, and we have one of our platforms, we call it AID, or Artificial Intelligence for Disasters. The program itself looks at a platform that monitors or predicts disasters around the world. And we have applied this concept last year during the earthquake in Turkey. We've applied it in the flood that happened in Libya, and of course the sudden rain that we had last April here in the UAE. So we apply all these data, we correlate all of that data, and we apply AI to look at predictive analysis that can support us in 3 ways. One, before the event happens. Predictive analysis can help us identify and understand how do I actually support the troops on the ground or the first responders on the ground. Where would be the major impacts versus low impact areas? What sort of impact are we talking about? How is that actually impacting traffic and many other things? So it helps plan ahead before the disaster happens. During the disaster, these raw imageries coming in and the ability to process that data very quickly and correlate all the data sets quickly can support to analyze the current work on the ground, the impact and everything. And then the post-analysis can have a short-term and long-term. Short-term, seeing what is the immediate impact in certain areas, how is that impact affecting transportation, affecting housing, affecting work, and many other day-to-day activities. And on the long term, we can look at, for example, the synthetic aperture radar data can actually give us, is there a long-term impact on certain buildings with land subsidence, with impact, with water compilation as well, which have other effects as well. So with water ponds happening or accumulating, there are insect infestation that could happen. There's so many other angles that we can look at. So by being able to correlate all that data in a very quick way, analyze it and predict, we can support the decision making in general.
I mean, it's extraordinary to have a tool like that at your hands. But I'll turn to your colleague from the Prime Minister's office. Your Excellency, again, maybe you could just sort of give us a bit of practical insight as to, yes, okay, if we have that technology now at our fingertips, if we have that ability to use that as well, you still need the visionary outlook from individuals to put that into place. And you so succinctly mentioned that a few moments ago, you know, the human element that goes alongside the artificial intelligence element. Maybe you can, given events and platforms like this that you know all too well, others similar to it as well, can you give us a little bit of an idea, an insight into the UAE's progress at the moment in leveraging AI for sustainability, for climate initiatives and otherwise?
So, you know, the UAE has taken a step, an early step into artificial intelligence. And in 2017, the UAE appointed the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence in the world, and we have the UAE AI strategy. Now, the AI strategy has multiple pillars, and it's a 5-year strategy. And one of these pillars focuses on climate and how can AI support the climate. If I would say, in order to be able to manage forward and be sustainable, we need to optimize the way to be more efficient and optimize the way we utilize resources. And this goes cross-border. It's not the job only of people sitting here. It's a job of all of us in all different government entities, in the private sector, and in different sectors. And I'll tell you, we utilized AI today in the government to reduce travel time for customers that deal with the government. So I'll give you a very good example, which is like the court sessions, for example. We had thousands of people who had to go to courts to complete their, to go through the sessions. Today we eliminated that. We have more than 90% of these sessions are done online, and people can access the court cases from wherever they are in the world, and they don't need to spend time, drive, and get there, and utilize extra resources. This is one example. You know, small initiatives build up to a bigger impact, and this is what we believe in the UAE. The UAE implemented AI in multiple sectors, in the energy sector, in the water supply sector. We do have the use of AI today with smart sensors to residential and industrial water supply and energy supply to ensure that we are managing energy in the most sustainable and efficient way. And that is done across the board in the United Arab Emirates to measure that. And ensure that we're optimizing the way we utilize energy. On the other hand, we do deploy a lot of climate tech that we're experimenting with in the UAE. That is also technology that will feed into AI. And as you know, AI is like if you compare it to a human. If a human does not read and does not study, the human is not intelligent. And AI, if you don't feed it with data, if you don't give it the right data so that it can analyze it and come up with the results from it, you can't get much out of it. So it's what you give it. And that's why UAE has been investing in climate tech, in deploying sensors. And I'm sure our colleagues here also can talk about many of the initiatives that have been deployed with regards to cloud seeding and weather forecast that also help feed into our AI intelligence. Thanks.
Dr. Butler, just to get your sort of take on it, obviously from your current role as co-founder of Solera.ai, but also your time with Microsoft and Microsoft Research as well. I mean, these are probably topics that you've been talking about for certainly a lot longer than I have been talking about as well. You've seen the benefits therein. If we were to take one element, again, because it's such a wide conversation, but when it comes to weather prediction, something that is key to everyone in this room, is there one sort of AI-driven weather prediction tool or piece of technology out there at the moment that you feel could be an utter game changer moving forward in terms of scaling?
Yeah, so when I was at Microsoft, I led these Aurora Foundation models. It was the first foundation model for the Earth system. Basically, imagine a bit like a ChatGPT for Earth. So it's trained on huge amounts of data, petabytes of data, climate simulations, weather simulations. And what we've seen was a single model being able to perform extremely well in multiple tasks of interest, like in environmental forecasting. I think one of the most surprising facts from this work with it was forecasting the trajectory of hurricanes days earlier in advance. And this is something we've improved later on also at Silurian. Just this summer, we forecasted Hurricane Beryl's path into Texas 3 days before the American and European weather agencies. And I think a lot of people changed their mind about the predictability of hurricane tracks lately with these AI models, and everyone was very surprised you could do things much earlier on. So this was just mind-blowing. And even looking at sophisticated tools being used right now, there's a lot of humans in the loop forecasting the tracks of hurricane. There's very complicated pipelines and systems that are used operationally, and these AI models, they don't have humans in the loop, they just have data. And it was quite shocking to me that they can learn to do this kind of as an emergent behavior. We never trained them to be good at hurricanes, it just happened to be. So I think that's, for instance, one fact. And I think we're going to see more of that in terms of extreme events and forecasting extreme events, especially these kind of extreme events that are surprising in some sense, or like, everything looks like a regular day and then something unexpected happens. I think those are the most tricky ones. When a hurricane happens, the whole world is watching and everyone's analyzing and everyone has their eyes on the problem, but often there's these more kind of unexpected extreme events that cause the most trouble. And I think as we start to integrate more hyperlocal data sources that numerical models are not even using or not exploiting, a lot of non-conventional data, maybe not even weather data, but kind of data that is correlated with weather events, maybe like energy data, for instance, that also tells you a lot, like there's satellite data and so on. I think we're entering an age of these hyperlocal models that can capture this kind of more interesting type of extreme events that are much harder to forecast.
And to that end, and again, maybe a question for all of our panelists here, the age-old question about collaboration. It's great having all that data at your fingertips. It's great being able to predict 3 days in advance. But if that message isn't getting through to the right organizations, the right individuals as well, then it's you making those predictions, not other. Is collaboration key here when it comes to moving forward and making a complete difference?
I can take this if you don't mind. I think if there is one thing that we always are proud of in the UAE in general, and specifically in Abu Dhabi, is the collaboration between the government and the private sector. On the private sector side, as a Space 42 employee and Space 42 is part of the greater G42, we've recently announced collaboration with NVIDIA to work on a special AI for climate. We also are collaborating with Microsoft on AI for good as well. These are private to private sector. So this is the collaboration between the private sector that we can do. Then if we take that one step further, the collaboration today we have with the NCM, for example, and the collaboration we have with the different entities under Abu Dhabi government. Another example may be the Environmental Agency of Abu Dhabi. That collaboration between the government and the private sector supports the concept of being able to touch base on the important data, first of all, and being able to correlate this data the right way and provide meaningful insights, not only for the UAE, but for the region and hopefully for the greater good as well. All this data, and we're talking about the different data, but we have to be specific. When we talk about climate change in general, right, there are so many aspects that we can see and touch today. Just as an example, part of our marine research program that we have with the Environmental Agency of Abu Dhabi, we're looking at water temperature and changes and how that impacts the marine life when the water changes as well. We've done also a research through our collaboration with OceanX, and we're looking at microplastics and changes or existence of microplastics in the furthest southern areas of our oceans. All of this data that is not directly related to weather or directly related to climate, but it has an impact. And this is where the power of AI comes. If I create that node, then that node can give me the insights that can put more insights into whatever we have or the conventional way of looking at and analyzing all that data. The last thing I want to say as well is when we talk about the climate change, for example, there are sudden changes, there are sudden, I would say, events that are happening around the world that we're seeing today. But how is that connected? And what is the impact? That remains the question, right? And the more collaboration we have with global entities, with global governments and the private sector as well, and the research and development centers, the academic centers as well, all of that gives us more insights. So we can jointly look at our globe and understand the impact on the climate overall, not to specific areas or certain events. So we move from reacting to be able to predict, analyze, and actually be able to induce some changes that can have a positive impact on our environment. It's understanding our environment that comes first. With water temperature, for example, the migration, for example, of albatross, some sort of birds that migrate from one continent to another, we can see that these changes in water temperature, which means the marine life is changing as well, their location. Birds as well are changing their migration routes. All of this is happening today. Are we connecting all these dots together? Because on one hand, it's just bird migration, so it's not directly relevant to climate or relevant to climate change. But if you look at that from that aspect specifically, and then connect it to the other terms and other impacts, you can have a greater picture, and this is where AI can actually expedite and accelerate that process.
I love that, that metaphor of collecting the dots, and I think connecting the dots and collecting the dots as well. And I wonder, Your Excellency, as well, just to get your thoughts on that. I mean, yours is a career given to government service excellence and driving that excellence as well. And I know all too well that public sector innovation has been something that you've also helped to drive and have been very, very keen to impress on others. Is collaboration key here? And are we at a juncture at the moment where collaboration could make a significant difference?
Yes, actually, of course, collaboration is crucial to ensure that we have sustainable progress and to harness the power of collective minds, you know, and get everyone together on the same page. We do have a lot of initiatives in the government that promotes collaboration locally in the country, but also regionally and globally. The UAE is collaborating with COP29 and the hosts of COP30 on different initiatives, and I believe, you know, further collaboration could help drive the use of AI in climate solutions and devising AI-driven climate solutions. On the other hand, locally, what we've been doing is we've been having incentives to drive initiative and collaboration when it comes to AI solutions. And I believe we can expand that work that we're doing, such as the AI Award that was launched last year. And the AI Award focused on AI solutions in government. And I believe that award could be expanded to have an climate-focused element where we can drive and identify innovations from universities, from different government entities, from students around the world in AI-driven climate solutions.
It's an interesting point. And I wonder, Dr. Budner, if I can push you on this one as well, because I hadn't thought about it from this angle until His Excellency mentioned that, which is the competition in AI at the moment. I mean, you just have to see what happened on the stock markets yesterday to know that it moves the needle these days, that's for sure. It moves the needle. But in terms of that? I mean, with competition, can competition and collaboration go hand in hand, I think is the question I'm asking. With so much conversation about data privacy, with so much competition out there to be one step ahead, is that somewhere that is ripe for collaboration, or again, do people need to be a little more open-minded to use that collaboration moving forward?
Yeah, I think if we're talking about competition among AI companies, I think at least we've seen so far that benefits the end consumer. Like if we look what happens with GPT and these kind of models, basically the price per unit of intelligence, if you want, or like per token, as people like to say, keeps decreasing from 1 year to another. Models become cheaper, so you kind of have these very smart assistants that are getting gradually cheaper and cheaper, which is obviously good for everyone, because then it also democratizes this technology and makes it more easy to be used. But on the other hand, as we're just discussing, collaboration is still essential. And your question reminded me of this conversation I had with someone at the UK Met office who were saying, we still can't deploy, even if you have the best AI weather models, you still can't deploy it for things like aviation. There's regulations there, so even if you have something that, could even, maybe prevent some catastrophic event, it's pointless, because no one can actually use that technology, and it's never actually going to be used in practice. So I think this is definitely a conversation that multiple entities need to take part in. In particular, we have to see how exactly policymakers need to figure out how to kind of gradually introduce these AI methods into the real world as they mature and develop, to make sure we actually benefit from these developments. But it also must be done in a safe way. And this also, a big part here is building trust. So having maybe third-party evaluations, letting research institutions, researchers, or governments to kind of independently verify these models, like what is their risk profile, where are they performing very well, where are they not performing so well, because when you have actors competing, everyone tends to say, oh, we have the best model, our model is great and brilliant, right? Because no one wants to say, oh, we are not good at this, right? And actually also at Silurian, we are very open with our evaluations and like what our model is good and not good at, and that's part of making them better. Like unless you have some benchmarks where saying, look, your model is not that great here, then you can't possibly improve it. So I think that's the first step, to have this assessment of where these models are and what they can do and not do.
Well, we are fast coming towards the conclusion in our second plenary here for human beings up here on stage, just to get that one clear as well, okay? So we bring a human perspective to proceedings here this evening. We've got a number of questions coming from other humans as well, sending them in, and one that's come through is to all of our panelists. Thank you very much indeed for sending these through. And again, there will be opportunities to ask questions of our panelists during the breakouts throughout. Gentlemen, what do you believe is the single most impactful innovation AI can bring to weather modification strategies within the next decade? We've talked a lot about the here and the now. We're now looking ahead 10 years if we can. So the single most impactful innovation AI can bring specifically to weather modification strategies. Your Excellency Hassan Al-Hassani, I'm going to start with you, if I may.
To be honest, I can think of two. But if the least of the two would be to be able to actually apply AI to validate the carbon credit around the world, to be able to actually utilize it in a way that can support carbon credit and support better life and better quality of air around the world. So that's one area. But the most important area, and we see this, and maybe the closest reference is the fires that happened in California just recently. If we are able to apply AI in a collaborative way with data sharing in an appropriate way, then we might be able to predict sooner. And by predicting sooner, I'm talking a matter of hours or days, can have a huge impact on lives, on assets, on financials. It has an immense impact. So to actually enhance that collaboration, and I see that collaboration happening as we talk. We just spoke about being a public company and how is this competition going forward. If we actually focus on I would call it domain collaboration. If we collaborate generally about climate change and weather forecasts and disasters that are happening, being able to collaborate globally on a global scale about this data, we will be able, I don't think it's in a decade, it could be in a few years from today, we will be able to predict better. We'll be able to support the decision making with insights that can actually prevent or at least minimize the impact of such disasters. And I think this is crucial to our world. And as we see, these disasters are happening more and more with hurricanes, with fires, with floods and everything. The more collaboration we have, the faster we can actually gain the momentum. And I think it's less than a decade we will see that we will be able to actually apply AI and utilize AI to better have or minimize the impact of such disasters, at least, if not even be able to prevent some of them.
Really good point, very well made as well. Dr. Bodnar, over to you. I know I'm sure this is like trying to choose a favorite child or something like that, isn't it? But if you have to pick on one in terms of impact and innovation specific to weather modification.
Yeah, I think the holy grail would be something that an AI agent that tells you this event is going to happen and this is your most likely way to prevent it happening by performing this very specific intervention. And this model already went through like thousands of maybe millions of simulations of potential, like let's say cloud seeding interventions or something of that kind, and it figured out this is the change you can make that's going to be most impactful. Maybe it's not going to prevent the event, but maybe the damages are going to be reduced or something of that kind. So having that kind of prevention combined with intervention and having that proactive recommendation coming from the model, I think that's the kind of holy grail we should aspire for.
And Your Excellency Mohammed bin Taleb, what would be your innovation of choice?
I think from my point of view, my innovation choice would be to have a precise and extremely precise and accurate prediction of extreme weather coming in the future. And I believe where we are today, we are still reactive, and AI could make us proactive when it comes to predicting extreme weathers and planning for it. So I believe this is the one single innovation that I believe AI could support in the next 5 to 10 years, and maybe shorter, I would say.
Can I ask you, whilst you've got the mic, about investments, AI investments? Again, a lot of chat about investments at the moment from private sector, from public sector and otherwise. Is enough being done with regards to AI investments? And what would be your advice to those that are looking into AI investments at the moment moving forward? Could more be done when it comes to an investment?
Absolutely. So the UAE has been investing a lot in AI, and it's not a specific domain deployment, but we do have models that have been built in the UAE, like Falcon and JACE, and these models are being used, and they're quite, good models if you benchmark them with the other models around the world. And I believe that UAE is also investing in talent when it comes to AI talent in the UAE. My view is that we need to push forward with this. We need to double down on investing in talent, in capacity building when it comes to the use of AI and development of AI. And we need to double down also on the actual core development of AI capabilities, such as new models and researching around those models. I think it's a win-win bet if we push in this direction. On the other hand, if we try to put UAE's commitment to AI and climate, UAE has increased its global climate tech investments by 130% from between 2023 and 2024. And I believe that this will continue to grow. UAE is a big player in this domain. And with the commitment on both climate and AI, I believe that we will be able to progress forward and lead and continue to lead in the region, and invite others to collaborate forward.
Well, I could certainly concur that, judging by the nodding heads here, we've got a couple of scientists, innovators going, yes, more investment, please, more investment would be good into the sector. But to that end, Dr. Bodnar, and again, conscious of time, we'll be wrapping things up shortly. Again, for scientists and innovators listening into this conversation and going, oh yes, okay, we need to do more here. What advice, what guidance would you give them? Again, if we're talking specifically about solutions for water and climate applications as well, what do we need to keep in mind?
Yeah, I think something I've learned from my own research activity is keeping an open mind is very important, especially as the way things have been done is about to change. Like, we've been doing things in a certain way without AI models, using conventional tools, and now I think it's a chance to think outside the box. And I think I've best collaborated, for instance, with meteorologists that have been deeply involved in AI as well more recently, and have kept an open mind about, you know, new things that could be done in a completely different way. At the same time, for AI experts, I think they also need to keep an open mind about, you know, the physics behind the problem and all the domain knowledge and how we can best evaluate these models and so on. And maybe a second recommendation is just to kind of play to your own strengths. Like, if the best way you can impact the field is maybe curating some data and releasing this data, maybe you're going to make more progress than, you know, developing 100 models, just because, you know, that data will have such a huge impact on many existing models already. And again, if you're a policymaker, as we were discussing, very important to kind of push the frontier there as well. So there's many axes along which people can actually contribute.
Your Excellency Hassan Al-Hassani, final thoughts from you before we wrap up here on the panel as well. I saw you nodding in concurrence with your colleagues up here on stage. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with the crowd?
Definitely. Of course, when it comes to investment, there are many ways to invest in this domain. And of course, we went public with Space 42. The target is to actually be able to utilize our capital to grow, both organically and inorganically. So we are always welcoming more investments. But not only that, we have to also look at partnerships. We should not be busy reinventing the wheel. And if we are competing for the same aspect, we're losing time and we're losing a lot of resources. Certain partnerships can actually accelerate such programs, and especially when it comes to our climate and our global environment, it's really an essential aspect that we need to see. So just as an example, we have this PPP program, or public-private partnership with the UAE Space Agency, where we created GIQ, which is a platform of platforms. We're offering this platform for small and medium businesses. Come in, utilize this data that we have, utilize this platform, and come up with your own inventions, come up with your own capabilities development, and that can actually contribute to something larger. Such partnerships can actually accelerate in one hand and also help with the financials as well. We're in the space sector, so to manufacture a satellite and launch it into space is a very expensive program. So there is always capacity sharing. So if I sit as a company within the UAE, I have a certain area of interest. If I sit with country X or another country and everything and say, let's build a constellation and share the capacity. That way, the cost of the program becomes less. We both utilize the same capability, and we can partner in developing such programs. So there are so many ways to, I would say, ease the financial burdens of such capability. And of course, with more AI, we would require more power. And with more power, that means more cost as well. So such partnerships can actually expedite that process and make us, leap forward to become, or to really dig deep into the generative AI and as you mentioned, AI agents, instead of being in this narrow AI principle right now.
The future is very, very bright, thanks to all three of these gentlemen and their extraordinary organizations. The good news is that despite the advances of generative AI, there's still a place for 4 human beings up here on the stage to talk about a subject like this. and long may that continue for the next couple of years at least. It gives me great pleasure to thank all of you for being with us, but also to thank these three gentlemen alongside me. Join me in thanking the Chief of Government Services, Government of UAE, Prime Minister's Office, His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia. Your Excellency, thank you so much indeed for being with us. Alongside the co-founder of Soluren.ai, Dr. Christian Bodner. Dr. Bodner, thank you very much indeed. And last but certainly not least, Chief Executive Officer of Bayonet Smart Solutions, and as we've been discussing, Space 42, His Excellency Hassan Al-Hassani.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for my three guests.
And a big thank you to our distinguished panel for really giving us a crystal ball to look into to understand what the future of AI would look like soon or maybe a little bit later down the line. I don't want to keep between you and lunch, which is being served just outside the ballroom. So please enjoy, bon appetit. And do keep an eye on the program to get more information on the rest of the agenda for the day, which will tell you exactly where to be and at what time to be there so that you can benefit from the rest of our sessions. Thank you very much. Please enjoy lunch and we will see you shortly.
Officer at the UAE Research Program for Rain Enhancement Science, and it is my great honor to serve as the Master of Ceremonies for the remainder of the day. We will take you directly to our first technical session titled Hybrid AI Physics-Based Models and Data Science for Climate and Weather Research, Pathway to Weather Modification Applications. This session will explore the synergies between AI, physics-based models, and data science for advancing climate and weather research. Please welcome Andrew Jackson, CEO of Inception at G42 here in Abu Dhabi to deliver his opening speech.
Thank you very much, and first I want to start off by, congratulating everyone for making it back from lunch. So thank you very much to, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Mandous for his kind invitation for me to speak here today. So we just start off by explaining who I am. I'm Dr. Andrew Jackson. I'm an AI guy who's spent my career here in UAE, essentially matching data and machine learning algorithms to kind of some of the world's hardest problems. I've worked it across a number of different areas, everything from national security to e-commerce, and now lately climate and weather. So I'm kind of the CEO of Inception. Inception is kind of an AI R&D center for G42. G42 is a local kind of AI for everything company. So we do everything from data centers with our company Khazna all the way to Space 42. And you met His Excellency Hossani earlier. So what we do is we build AI for different domains. Weather and climate is one of our more recent domains, but let me just explain some of what we do already. We're very well known for our development of large language models, like we do JACE for Arabic. We've built Nanda for the Indian language, Kazakh, and we have a pipeline of new languages coming out shortly. As part of our work in UAE and for the UAE, ecosystem, we've worked very closely with AIQ and ADNOC to produce an energy model. This is for upstream oil and gas development, and here we use AI to essentially help process seismic data, as well as look at reservoirs and optimize the energy that comes out of the ground here for UAE. In the healthcare space, we're working in developing genomics models. UAE has one of the largest genomics data sets, and we're working to build a set of models that basically bridge the genomics, protein, and chemical, boundaries. And we're trying to use these kind of different models to accelerate drug design and basically have a personalized drug development for UAE citizens. Now, moving on to the weather area. This is a new area for us, and we've started basically creating state-of-the-art models that essentially are generative AI diffusion models trained on GCC data. And what we do is we downscale weather forecasts from existing physics models. So we go from a 25-kilometer prediction down to a 2-kilometer prediction in scale. What this really means is we can do a lot more in terms of predicting extreme weather events. So that's such as heavy rainfall and fog. We've basically built this on top of NVIDIA's Earth 2 platform and Cordiff models, as well as PAM models. And we've done a number of different projects to go down to a meter level of scale for wind prediction for sporting events such as the F1, where we can map out the topology of the different buildings and predict where wind is going to occur, and that informs the teams of how much to kind of tune their cars. We're also working with Microsoft and their Aurora model, and we hope to kind of do a lot more in this area. We're new to this area, so we're AI people, so please, we'd love to work with anybody in this room on the kind of more on the adaptation or the use or the application of these AI models to the weather domain and the climate domain. We're obviously big supporters of UAE, and obviously water and food sustainability is a key issue for UAE. Not only for UAE, but across the world, water scarcity is becoming more and more of an issue. I've been here for over 22 years and working on some of the biggest problems, so I think if anyone can crack it, UAE can. And I think from a G42 perspective, we have an idea that AI is going to be absolutely transformative for the world, and we see Abu Dhabi as one of a number of nodes in an intelligence grid that goes across the world. We would love to work with this group to really kind of understand where AI and physics models come together as hybrid, and also to even go further than that with AI, to empower kind of city-level resilience, to basically enable kind of a much more accurate cloud prediction, as well as fog prediction for cloud seeding, etc. So we're really involved, we're really committed to this area. We think this is going to have a massive effect as well in terms of biodiversity. So we're also working in the areas of biodiversity and improving biodiversity using AI. We're working on a number of different projects around essentially bees as pollinators, and improving our understanding of bees through using different AI techniques, everything from tracking them from a computer vision perspective, understanding them a bit more, but also understanding their environment, using various sensors, including satellite imagery, and obviously our prediction of weather patterns to get a much better understanding of their habitats and how it's changing. So we're very excited for this panel today, but I think from an inception perspective, it's an invitation today to work with us as we kind of work on this problem. To do this, we're going to have a big announcement on what we're doing at the NVIDIA GTC event in the coming, I think it's in March. And we're really eager to work with this kind of this group that represented today on developing these AI models further. So if anyone wants to talk to me after the event, please, we're here all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson, for your insightful remarks. We will now move to our 3 technical presentations. Audience, please submit your questions using the QR code, and our moderator will be sure to address them in the wrap-up panel discussion after all 3 technical presentations are completed. For our first technical presentation, please join me in welcoming Björn Stevens, Director at the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology in Germany. Professor Stevens, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. So I'll try to entertain you for 15 minutes here. I'm going to have to be quick, but I'll try to be a bit more in the presentation. Let's see. There we go. So it's an honor and a privilege to be able to share some thoughts on this initiative we call Earth Virtualization Engines, or EVE, and the challenge that's associated with in terms of predicting changing patterns of precipitation. So I don't really have to say a whole lot about this, but you can do this every year and you get a new list of disasters where the wind is ripping through infrastructure, like this tornado outbreak in the Midwest in last May, or the floods in Valencia where you see the cars just being ravaged, the fires that we just experienced in the greater Los Angeles area on the upper left, or the destruction of the eastern seaboard of the United States through Hurricane Helena. So we see these things happening all of the time, and they seem to always be catching us by surprise. If you're Munich Re, you say that's climate change taking its gloves off. That's kind of a great one here when this tornado just rips through the wind energy. You see it shredding that thing. Anyway, hurricanes. So if you look at tropical storms just aren't things that hit Miami and Florida and the eastern seaboard. You find them all around the world, and they're always leading causes of destruction. You also find them here in the in the western Indian Ocean. So this is a good example of a tropical storm in 2007 that went up in the Gulf of Oman and stopped right before making the corner into the Persian Gulf. So could something like that happen here? Imagine if it made the corner and it just was whipping the winds up against the Hajar Mountains. Is that an extreme that could happen in a future climate? We were surprised. If you look here in April, I guess, 2024, last year, this was this huge rain event, which was a cutoff flow that sat right over the Persian Gulf and whipped rain into the mountains that flooded Dubai. So is that climate change? Is that happening in the future? We don't know. September 11th, a lot of people have referred already to this event on 11 September 2023, when Daniel ravaged the city of Derna, that's Derna, Libya, in 2023 through 2 dam breaks, again, catching people unprepared. This is an interesting story if you look at it a little bit more, because it's associated with the same type of weather phenomena that we saw in the UAE flooding in April. It's a cutoff low, and that's shown up here on the upper 3 right diagrams. You don't have to look at them in detail. It just shows you that there was a very thorough analysis of this by the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasts. And what they concluded in their analysis, and you can follow the slides later, was that Daniel developed because one of these cutoff flows moved over the Mediterranean in a way that intensified or created conditions for what's called a metacane, so a hurricane-like system forming over the Mediterranean that became Daniel and caused this flooding. But if you look through the bullet points, what you find there is that a lot of the forecasts were all a bust. They didn't get the deepness of the low, they didn't get the antecedent cutoff flow, they didn't get the interaction of the rain with the topography, and even in a retrospective, they had real difficulties representing this storm. And it had to do with the failings of the type of models that we tend to use to predict weather and climate on global scales. The real interesting thing I found here was this statement in the report, which was that Daniel, quote, was either a freak event or affected by physics not included in our standard model of metacanes. So they didn't expect it and they couldn't predict it. And another really interesting thing about this is that when we read about Daniel, everyone read about how this was negligence and incompetence and lack of maintenance, and I'm sure that might have played a role. But this statement here says, as runoff was about 3 times greater than the dam capacity of Wadi Dirna, the dam collapse was almost inevitable. So again, in this retrospective, it says that we're confronting infrastructure with hydrometeorological events that are completely unanticipated. And this is causing damage around the world. Every year in January, you can get one of these reports from Munich Re, and it will go through dot by dot by dot by dot and tell you how much money was lost, how many lives were lost. And this year, or last year, 2024, it was estimated 320 billion. Of that, 140 billion were insured losses. And that's up from the 30-year average of about 94 billion, so a well over 50% increase. And then if you look at that map, you see the big disasters. There's Hurricane Helena, there's the wildfires that destroyed Jasper, and Typhoon Yagi, and so on. But you see all the little dots. The little dots aren't big dots because the infrastructure there isn't as developed, but they're the future. And that's where investment is going. And the little dots are going to become big dots. And so are we developing infrastructure in a way throughout the low-income countries of the world or the high-growth regions where we understand what kind of environment that they're being built into. This matters. For instance, you see huge investments going into sub-Saharan or Sahelian Africa. And we've seen enormous changes just this year. I was flying research aircraft over the tropical Atlantic. We're based on Sal in the Cape Verde, and we're all struck by these enormous rainfall events in the Sahara. And there were 2. There was one in the eastern Sahara over Sudan, and there was one in the western Sahara over Morocco. And these were rainfall events which had 5 to 7 times the annual rainfall. Of course, there's not a lot of annual rainfall, but 5 to 7 times the amount of annual rainfall in a day. It led to a dam break in the northern Sudan. And it just tells you that there's a huge part of the world here where we have no data, where things are going on that we don't understand, and which at the same time, we're investing a lot of money and a lot of resources. And populations are growing. So how will that look like in the future? You know, we don't know. So if you then go to the Jean-Francois here somewhere, he's been involved very much in these sorts of things as I have been. This is the academic community trying to tell us where it's going to change, the rain's going to change. So what they do in this sort of exercise is they get a bunch of academic modeling centers together every 10 years or so, and they say, make a prediction about how the rain will change. They make a prediction. You get 50 models or so, and then you ask, at any given point on the Earth, you can ask yourself, you know, pick a point on the Earth. My pointer doesn't really go up there, but just pick Abu Dhabi, and you can ask yourself, of all those 50 models or predictions, let's take the ones that make it the wettest. And then we'll color that color based on the wettest predictions. And so that's the top graph. And you can do the same thing, and you can take those 50 or 100 models and find the 2 or 3 which are the driest at any given point, and then color them based on that, and that's the bottom prediction. The main point of that graph is the upper one is green and the lower one is brown. It says you can find almost everywhere, you can find a model that says it will rain more or it will rain less. This is out of the latest IPCC report. So almost everywhere it could be wetter, it could be drier. You could look at that in a little bit more detail, and you can say, let's just look at the upper estimates, all the models, you know, where the most wettest estimates think it will be wetter. It turns out that in that area outlined in the brown in the top, that says that even the models at that point, which predict it will be wettest, still say it's drying a little bit. And you can do the next thing on the bottom. You can say, among all the models which are driest at a given point, are there some that still show wetting? And then I circled the green areas in the bottom diagram. And you can put those together, and that's what I did here, and you get a map that looks like that. And it says, well, actually, it's maybe not so bad. There's the areas in blue where it seems like all the models kind of think it's going to be wetter, and then the areas in brown, which thinks it might, all the models think it might be drier. So you could feel good about that. We have some predictability. But you could look at that from a different eye, and like I do, and you see all the white area where most of us live, where we don't really have a clue. And you could realize that all the models that are being used in this are more or less the same. They make many of the same assumptions. So maybe we're not seeing a systematic signal, we're just seeing a systematic bias. We don't know. So we're not really in a position to say what's going on with rainfall in the future. And if you look at the extremes, it's worse. So this is also from the IPCC, and what they looked at was hydrological extremes. And they split the world into 45 regions, and each region got a hexagon. And then they said, let's look in those regions to see if we observe an increase in wet extremes or an increase in dry extremes. And if we do, we'll color it green or we'll color it brown. 45 regions, 2 possibilities, 90 possibilities as a whole. Then you take all of those regions, which you colored green or brown, and you ask, are we confident that this change that we see is due to human activity or due to warming? And then they made little stars like you do for Champions League jerseys. So if you have 1 star, you're not very confident. 2, you're maybe a little confident. And 3, you're confident. Out of those 90 possibilities, there's 1 3-star colored regions. It means 1 out of 90 places we can confidently attribute a change in hydrological extremes to warming. In other words, it's saying we don't really have a clue. Hydrological extremes are also fancied as the rise and fall of simulations. This is a paper in 2019 on the far left, and it shows a time series of reconstructed rainfall, and time goes backwards to the right on that wiggly diagram, and you see something highlighted in green and brown, and it just shows that this period of anomalous rainfall in the sort of Fertile Crescent region was associated with the rise of the Assyrian Empire, and its decline was associated with an anomalous drought. We have the same thing in the southwestern United States, where you see periods in the 1100s on the upper left with large drought, and then on bottom left in the recent early 2000s, where we also had another drought. We have no idea what causes these and how these will vary in the future, and that's highlighted in the diagram on the right here. And the only thing you should get from the diagram on the right is that there's 2 little red dots, a little red dot way up on the far right, which is says 2020, and it's outside of the cloud of points. It just says that the present measurements are an outlier when it comes to the models. The models are nowhere near predicting what we're observing. And that's reinforced in the bottom because it shows that even if you look further into the future and you see some evidence of changes that look like what we're observing, they happen for different reasons than in reality. So it's another way of saying when it comes to the mean precipitation, when it comes to extremes, when it comes to events, we really don't know what to expect and we keep being surprised. Taking that all together, really what it says is that we just lack specificity in our understanding of the climate. We get the global picture. That's not hard by now. We understand that very well. But when it comes to trying to talk about how the world will change with warming, and it will warm with some specificity, we can't do that. And specificity is exactly what we need to assess and anticipate climate impacts. So if you're interested in impacts, you need to be specific. So what's wrong? What are we doing wrong scientifically? And one of the bets is that when you look at the models we created, this shows a cross-section over Germany that goes with height upwards, and it shows thunderstorm clouds forming on a summer day in Germany with the rain in the blue and the ice in the pink. And the top one is a physical model. That's if you model it physically, like some of the models being used in the IREF program here. The bottom panel shows how we treat that phenomena in a climate model, which is statistically. So we don't use the basic physics that we understand to represent rain-forming systems. We make a sort of statistical hunch about how they would behave on average. And we know the assumptions we make when we do that are wrong, but we've figured they've been good enough for the global picture until now. The point is that the global models we use to look into the future were designed to answer different questions. They can't handle the sorts of problems we want to give them. Another problem is that the modeling is an academic enterprise. It's people like me who like figuring out how things work, who get together every 10 years ago and compare our results and write reports, and 20 years later you find out about it. It's not an operational infrastructure that meets the needs of users. And the third problem is that when we did this, we really didn't begin thinking of what I call out-of-model inference, and there'll be more on that in a bit. So the point is that we don't have to be in that situation. New technologies can help us see the world in new ways. And there's a wonderful example of how technology can help you see the world in a new way, and it's this one here. You know that picture? It's the blue marble. Some of you might even know it was taken by astronauts on the last staffed mission. It was a manned mission to the moon, Apollo 17. It was taken December 7th, 1972. An enormous investment in technology went in to making those rockets to go to the moon. And one of the most consequential things that came out of it was this picture. Many, many people say that's the most iconic photograph ever taken. And it was something that spawned a whole new human consciousness about our place in the world. So it's, for me, a wonderful example of how technology can help you see the world anew and see your place in the world anew. We took that opportunity to see if we could actually simulate that with the sort of computing power that we have today and the new types of models that I alluded to before, and that's what we ended up with here. But the beauty of simulating this with a physics-based model is you can take that picture that the astronauts saw, where some of you were here in 1972. You were in that picture. You saw the Middle East, the people in, but we can actually rotate it and see what was on the other side of the picture, what the astronauts couldn't see. And this here at 1 kilometer is a global coupled model, so we can look at how the ocean height field is changing and how the through flow is going around the African coast. We can look at the salinity fields in the freshwater in the Sea of Guinea and the sea surface temperature fields and the upwelling off the Namibian coast. We can look at the large-scale structure of fine-scale fronts in the wind field here, how they interact with the clouds. So we can build physical models that can simulate the Earth with local granularity, with specificity on global scales. And here we look at that specificity. So we can do that now in principle, but we're not doing it. The beauty about that isn't that we just make models which have more physical fidelity, that have more specificity, but they simulate the same things that we observe. Most people don't realize that, but climate models work in statistical aggregations of many quantities over areas which are many, many, many times larger than the UAE. And we don't observe statistical quantities, we observe phenomena. And when you simulate actually phenomena, you get to use the physics and you get to interact with observing systems. But the most important observing system that you interact with when you work at this scale, what is the most important observing system? You know what it is? It's you guys. It's the human imagination. It's this idea that you can give people the power to imagine how their future could look and how their actions could influence the future. And this is an example here that I just took of, that was a Dali portrait, because everything I say is a little bit surreal. And this shows you the power of computing to make physical realizations of the world that I think can speak to people. And if you can change how people think, then you can change about anything, and hopefully changing how people think in a positive way. That was probably a dangerous statement. Okay, so we can do that, but the whole problem up until recently was this problem of interactivity. These models generate enormous amounts of data, and what you want to do is you want to leverage people's intuition to allow them to explore these worlds. And this, a couple years back, I gave a talk at supercomputing here, and I was kind of going through the whole history of computing, how it was like 42. You know, the idea is to build a bigger and bigger and bigger machine to find the answer to one question, when that question wasn't really the question anymore. Because the question that we built the models for was how warm would the world get? But the question we have today is, what does that warmer world really mean? And how can we let people explore that world to investigate what that means? And the beauty about being able to do that interacting with the world is that we're communicating with people in terms of things that they understand. We're not talking about string theory or quantum gravity. We're talking about, what if I change my crop rotation? What if I have more pastoral land? What if I build my sewage system in this way? These are things that people deal with on a daily basis, and we can leverage their intuition in the same way that these little kids here learn to play games with tractors, having never read a manual on driving a tractor before in their life, but they can pick up an iPad and you leverage their intuition. And this is the beauty of AI. It's not to replace the models. This was our idea. We can create new worlds. But here, and this was an interaction we had with NVIDIA and Jensen Huang, I presented at one of his workshops, was, okay, we can recreate the world. And he's like, you know what, but I have the tools that allow you to see what you created and allow people to interact with it. And this merging of AI and physics-based models, not to replace the physics-based models, but to explore their information content and what actions are involved. So this led to this idea of how to populate data spaces, large data spaces that we would open up to exploration for users who are interested in crop rotation, disease vectors, health, extremes, infrastructure, fresh water, etc. So we start and we run scenarios forward in the future. No one could interrogate these in terms of, it's like reading every single Wikipedia page to figure something out. You don't do that. You just ask ChatGPT what every Wikipedia page says. So this blending of AI as this interface to this physics-informed futures is at the heart of an idea that we had. And then how then to link that through this out-of-model inference to real impacts that you can't include in the model. So from the world of data that we have of disasters like the ones I showed below, how do we link that together? So I know I'm pushing really my time limits, but I'm getting to the end here. This led to something we called the Berlin Summit for Eve. It took place in Berlin, 3rd to 7th of July in 2023. There's the previous president of the WMO is right in the middle of chairs of IPCC, the World Climate Research Program, academics from around the world, including NVIDIA. Jensen Huang came for a couple days to the summit as well to explore what we could do. And the idea was, how do we bring together in federated hubs this enormous ability to simulate the future with local granularity globally, data sets that we collect about the present, and put them in an environment where we can use AI to explore the information content of that in ways that users demand. So this AI on top is what we call it. It's not that you're taking that AI Eve and putting on top of the models and replacing the models. No, you need the physical models. We don't have data for the future. So we need to use physics for the future. But AI provides this opportunity to tell us what's going on. And this is the idea of Eve. And I'm just going to go and tell you a little bit about what an Eve node involves. So the vision that we came up with was that we should have a federation of Eve nodes around the world, and they could have regional foci. And I'm going to read it out to you here because you can't read the screen. I didn't know how big the screen was when I was presenting, designing. But an Eve node, the common ingredients is that you need physical modeling at scale to generate these climate futures. You need AI for emulation and out-of-model inference. So your model might not have wildfire, but you know from past experience how wildfire relates to meteorological conditions. That's what I would call out-of-model inference. So you can build in the impacts through AI as a link to emulation and impacts. They should have a thematic focus. For instance, it could be the developing water cycle or climate and health or coastal adaptation, cryosphere. It should be done as an operational activity. It's not an academic research effort, but it's something that should respond to users' demands. And users' demands are the whole universe of people trying to develop climate services to help every manner of industry and endeavor figure out what the future climate would be like, looking like. Ideally, it would have training and capacity building aspects, and it would be federated with other nodes. What would this cost? Some people look at this and say it's a lot. 200 million for a computer, but you have one like this already, perhaps. Circa 20 million euro or 30 million euro a year of operating staff costs. But it's really a platform for innovation that allows the people who do it to be real leaders in the development of new AI technologies rather than piecemeal followers. So what would it accomplish? A much better understanding of vulnerability and how to minimize it. It would induce methodological innovation and leadership in important industries. And of course, it has a lot to say about soft diplomacy and international prestige. So that would be an Eve node. And I think, let's see if I can get that to go. Let's see if that plays. This is a simulation again, but it doesn't want to play. I had to convert to PowerPoint because it was done on chemo. Just imagine the beautiful Earth rotating with this granularity and this idea that with technology, we can really help people see their future and act accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Stevens, for your insightful presentation. Audience, please continue to submit your questions via the QR code, and we will address them during the panel discussion. Next up, we have Marwan Tamimi, Associate Professor from Stevens Institute of Technology in the US, to present his research on blending AI and physics-based models with advanced sensing techniques to support weather research.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to be back in Abu Dhabi. It's really a pleasure. Trying to move to the next slide. Oh. Okay, so, I'm Marwan Tamimi again. I come from Stevens Institute of Technology. Kind of a good transition from the previous speaker, Stevens. In the US, in the Northeast regions, according to the latest climate projections, we expect to have an increase of about 55% of the 95th percentile of extreme events. It means those extreme events that worry a lot of us and they tend to cause a lot of damage, they will get more and more frequent. NOAA is, as we speak, has been trying to revise the frequency of precipitation and moving from Atlas 14 to Atlas 15 in the US and account for non-stationarity because of observations like this one. So that's mostly in the Northeast region, and most of the areas that are impacted by this increase are coastal areas like New York City area, for instance. And that's about, in general, about 40% of the total population in the US that is living in coastal area. Why I'm mentioning and emphasizing the fact that these are coastal areas, because it is in coastal area where we have the most complex interaction between the inland processes and coastal processes with the weather dynamics. So in coastal area, things get really complicated to model, and that becomes very challenging for a forecaster to get the right prediction, because you have the weather drivers that impact the atmosphere, of course, and then drives the ocean, drives the inland with precipitation. And you have a compounding effect from the inland part and the coastal part that makes the prediction quite complex. The UAE also has its share of extreme events. Luckily, perhaps not the magnitude of those we have observed in the States, but the event of April 24 was one of those extreme events that it's an outlier. It's a black swan, let's say, in terms of prediction that makes us revise the frequency of precipitation and extreme events in the US, in the UAE. The difference with those that we have been observing in coastal areas in the US is that there was no surge when it comes to the event in the UAE. Luckily, it was mostly heavy rainfall-driven event. Are we equipped to predict those events or not? If we look at the amount of data we have access to, there are a lot of space programs and Earth observation programs around the world that put in space a lot of satellites in different orbits with different payloads to observe different parts of the atmosphere and land processes. So we are talking about geostationary satellites, but also polar orbiting satellites, sounders, imagers, you name it. So there are a lot of information that we are getting from these observation platforms. There are new sensors that are emerging, providing higher resolution to the forecasters, more information, almost in real time. There are new technologies as well when it comes to small satellites, companies with, like even if you mimic like the NASA Tropics mission that has small satellites for sounders, much smaller than the GPM mission, but providing very good sounding and active microwave observation of the atmosphere. So there are a lot of, when it comes to the Earth observation, a lot of progress in that side. Also, at the surface level, there are a lot of advancement, a huge advancement when it comes to the sensors development with on-the-ground sensors. So you have different types of sensors inland, also in the ocean with the gliders, etc. So we are really living in an era with an abundance of observation. So we are getting observation from all over the place, basically from different sensors, from different levels of the atmosphere and the surface. So the question is that with this amount of observation that we have, do we definitely, do we ensure that we have an improvement in the prediction of those models? It means if we have more observation and data, does that mean that we are better informed? Does that mean that we understand the processes in a better way? I would say not necessarily. Information or data doesn't mean necessarily information. It really depends on the way you process that data and how representative the data is for the processes you want to model and understand that when you could predict that you are better informed. So according to this report from ECMWF, out of the 100% data that we retrieve from satellite observation, about 7% are selected for data simulation in models. But then actually about 2% only get assimilated in the model to issue the forecast. So basically the observation that you see on the left, their role is to be integrated into numerical weather prediction models to guide those models to improve their prediction. But in reality, in that process, a lot of that data that we collect from expensive satellites and sensors get thrown away because of different reasons, their quality, etc., restriction on the data, resolution not enough, and we end up almost by 2% of the model. So this is an example to tell you that an abundance of information, of data, doesn't mean that we are better informed and we are making good use of the observation that we are collecting with the physics-based model that we are running. That's the caveat here. So I give the example of a rainy cloud here that is being observed by different platforms. You have a satellite from space, let's say thermal sensors. So basically those sensors, they look at the top of the cloud. As they develop, they read their temperature. And that's a proxy for the vertical development of the cloud and then an indication of the precipitation intensity of the cloud. So you have that reading of the same cloud, but on the ground you have weather radars that also have a volume scan and they sense the same cloud differently from different angles. Even if you have 2 or 3 weather radars, you can see the cloud differently and retrieve different information on that cloud. Then you may have ground-based sensors like rain gauges simply at the surface and other cloud radars or LiDARs. So for the same cloud, we are talking about the same storm, observing it from different angles, collecting data doesn't mean that we really sense the same thing and we are better informed about that rainy cloud and the storm that we are observing. So how could we collect data that are consistent and that are useful for our weather hazards and the prediction we do with those models? That's one of the key science questions that we would like to address, and how we could compromise between the abundance of information from these different platforms and the complexity of our models. So Sometimes we collect data that the model itself and the way the model, the physics-based model is not built to integrate those observation, and how we can blend all the observation from the different platforms to make sure that we have a consistent understanding of the processes we are observing. So jumping to a case study here, so at Stevens we built the Stevens Flood Advisory System. It's an operational system that has been running for more than a decade now operationally, providing end users in the region, in the New York metropolitan area, with prediction on hydrological processes, but also coastal hydrodynamic, calculating the total water level. That accounts for river flow and coastal surge as well at the same time in a compounded way. So the model that's Hoboken Terminal Station, Manhattan, is right across, so is able to get street level storm surge prediction, which is really the ultimate goal of any model, is to get to that level of resolution. And in addition to improve the resolution, we worked on improving the timing and the location. So we worked on improving our model to get not only the resolution high to get the street level flooding, but also the timing and the displacement of the precipitation and the impact of it. We were able to minimize that to get street level flooding. So for instance, in airports, the goal is to predict not if the airport will be flooded or not, but which runway and which terminal at the airport will be flooded. That makes a big difference for the end users. The system is run or forced by about 100 members from GEFS, the Ensemble GFS, and then ECMWF, about 50 members, CMC, different global atmospheric models. And those models, they run coastal and hydrologic and hydraulic models, then compound them together. So we end up with about 100 members, so generating that high number of members is very helpful to get the stochastics prediction. So we were able to get the 5% and the 95% percentile that are apparently have been very useful for end users, like those users, about 2,000 or 3,000 users of our web service are using it because the product is publicly available, are commenting very well on the value of this 95 and 5% and 50% percentiles. So we try to improve on the high resolution, the timing, and the location, in addition to the fact that we were able to get those percentiles and leverage the ensemble that we are running. We also, for the inland part, we run block scale prediction, coupled with the coastal, of course, to get exact prediction of the stream flow. We got to the 10-meter resolution in different areas, that's Hoboken, so we also simulate not only water level, but we also simulate velocity. When it comes to the hydraulic and the flooding, velocity becomes very important, because when you predict the flooding, you have the challenge to get that accurately in terms of resolution, timing, and location, but also the users now, they want to know what would be the velocity of the water flowing on that street or that location, because for the same water level, for different velocities, it makes a difference if a car would be carried or not, or a pedestrian will be carried with water or not. What makes the difference between the two water levels is really the velocity of the water. So with the hydraulic models now, we try to get the velocity predicted accurately. And then comes the magic of the machine learning model. So we try to leverage that potential to emulate the physics-based model and integrate as much as we could the use of machine learning models in our model. So we supplemented the physics-based model that I presented earlier with simulation of about more than 10,000 tropical cyclones and extreme events over New York City area, and we developed a huge data archive for our models to be trained and mimic the extreme events successfully with the models we have. Then for the inland part, when it comes to the hydrological models and the use of the machine learning, we found that when we use the models, machine learning model to predict stream flow in areas where we have regulations, like reservoir control of stream flow, it is difficult to predict how those reservoirs and dams would be regulated because they are operated by managers, usually by private companies, and we don't have any information on how these reservoirs are being operated, because usually operators, they don't disclose how those reservoirs and dams are being managed. When they open the gate, how much they open, etc. It is something that are their internal kitchen. Basically, it's not supposed to be public. So we used machine learning to infer those reservoir operation rules from observation upstream and downstream. So if you have input and output, basically we used machine learning to figure out what's going on inside and infer those reservoir management rules. The models, the machine learning model, we proved in another study that they also can predict stream flow and flooding at a large scale, continental scale in the US. We used that with the LSTM model and other a combination of other models. So that showed a good potential. On the precipitation side of things, we invested, for instance, in nowcasting. We used machine learning and other models like PyStep, etc. So we have a portal where we have nowcasting real time, and then the user can select a location and then look in real time at how much precipitation, and then the return period of that precipitation that is being updated as the event progresses. That's over the New York City area. So we do that for our airports and sensitive location in New York City area. So enhancing nowcasting techniques with machine learning was really key here, because NOAA does not do nowcasting. We mostly do short range, mid range, and long range prediction, not nowcasting. In addition to that, we started to explore machine learning models, weather models, like we started to look at ForecastNet and compare it to WRF and GFS. So we basically initialized ForecastNet with GFS and ran for the prediction horizon. The model behaves well. It was initiated by GFS, but the model is really well calibrated. What struck me when we started to do this is how portable ForecastNet and any other we tried, like other GraphCast or other models. Those models are really portable and very easy to download, and it has never been a better time, to do weather forecast. In the past, when I started running WRF, like many others, we had to install libraries and a lot of other things and make sure that the environment is stable, etc., to run WRF and hope that it runs without breaking. But with the ForecastNet and other AI models, it's really quite straightforward. Documentation is there. I wouldn't say that the models, like the global machine learning models are in New York City area are doing better than than the mesoscale model of WRF. But WRF went through a lot of refinement to get there. So we are still investing in looking how we can get the machine learning models improved, especially feeding them with local observation. And then we, as the previous speaker mentioned, we would like to exploit them to downscale their prediction, feeding them with the WRF model. Now, speaking about feeding AI models with WRF prediction, we also invested in deploying low-cost sensors here and there in New York City area. So we built low-cost sensors to measure precipitation and water level across the Northeast, and we have the data available. But this is an effort that is essential to predict weather dynamics in a better way. Because if we don't feed models with appropriate data, the forecast will not improve. So that's more of an effort that we try to develop to feed the model with high resolution information. We also exploited a network of cameras that USGS is operating in the US. So this is a government agency that is responsible for observing stream flow in the US and other things. So they monitor or operate this network of cameras, ground-based cameras. So we use those ground-based cameras, about 1,000 of them or so, but the list keeps growing, to enhance weather conditions, but mostly stream flow conditions in real time. So we use a cycle gun here to improve the observation and the determinate stream flow conditions from those cameras. So here, just to make sure that I'm clear, we are observing stream flow optically, so without any contact with the river itself from cameras, we observe stream flow optically. This is another example of what we are doing. So with the camera in the top, that's what the scene is observing. In the bottom, this is what we are observing. So from the camera feed, without being in contact with the stream, we can measure stream flow. And that's what we are doing with rainfall and linking rainfall and stream flow at higher resolution. Now, another line of work that we invested in, always leveraging machine learning and AI, is to integrate social science and leverage the social media. So basically, we took one of the hurricanes, Hurricane Ida, that hit the US in 2021. It came from the Gulf and moved it all the way to the Northeast. It caused a lot of damage in the Gulf and also the Northeast in New York City area. So what we did is that we, in real time, what we did aftermath, actually, not real time, is that we downloaded all the tweets, now X, that people publish it about the event. So in Twitter, now X again, you can download all the tweets that people and the messages that put. And then what we did is that we have an NLP application that fetches those tweets related to the event. We were able to geolocate the event and track how people are tweeting about the event and what they are saying. And what we did next is that we did what we call a sentiment analysis. So we wanted to know how people are tweeting about the event and what they are saying as the event has been progressing across the country. There is a lot of good material that you can extract from this. We understood how early people started to tweet about the event. The top one is in dates. The bottom one is in hours. So the top one shows that they started tweeting about the events a week early as the event appeared in the forecast. Then the peak of the tweets was actually during the event itself as it was hitting. That dip there, it shows that it's a negative feeling that they have, because when we did the sentiment analysis, we can tell if it is positive or negative feeling that we have. And then the same thing happened hourly in the bottom plot when people had a negative feeling about the event as it was evolving in hours. So this is another application and the use of social science or crowdsourced information and sentiment analysis with NLP to better understand weather hazards. So in conclusion, I would say that, machine learning, just to reiterate that there is great potential. We have, evolved from Fortran to Python, now TensorFlow, and very good and cool tools that we have at the tip of our fingers. The systems are very easy to run compared to WRF and other mesoscale models that we used to run, and they are quite performant and portable as well. It's a transformative technology, and I think the potential, we are just scratching the surface of what we could do, and the future will be really bright. I'll leave you with this picture of our nice campus in Hoboken. Hope to see you there one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tamimi, for your valuable contribution. Our final presentation for this session will be delivered by Luca Del Monachi, UAE REP's fourth cycle awardee and Director of Research Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, Scripps Institution of Oceanography at the University of California, San Diego. He will share with us the latest research outcomes from his UAE REP project on developing a hybrid machine learning framework for enhanced precipitation nowcasting.
All right, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And so, as she mentioned, I'm going to talk to you about our project. It's been supported as part of the UAE REP program. We are in the third year, and we plan to wrap our research and development by the month of August of this year. All right, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the team that has been contributing to the execution of this project. From us at CW3, the Center for Western Water Stream at San Diego, California. We've been leading this project, and the API will be responsible for the development of solid machine learning methods, and specifically as it gets to the cloud civil features, as I will explain you in a couple of minutes. And on our team, we also have Khalifa University, a team led by Professor Ernesto Damiani. They've been leading the development of the prototype that we're going to deliver at the end of this project. And then we also have Colorado State University, a team led by Professor Chandra. And they've been working on, they're experts in radar meteorology and radar data. And they've been helping us with the radar-related activities, which I will describe in a couple of slides. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution from the colleagues at SPEC because we use some precious data that they have collected in the previous project funded under the UAE REP, as well as I'd like to acknowledge the UAE REP team, Miss Alia Al-Mazhouri, Dr. Youssef Wehbi, and the Strategic Direction Committee that help us truly throughout the process to be successful. All right, this schematic represents what has been our goal and objective throughout this project. And the goal really is what you see to the right of this scheme, where we wanted to improve our ability to determine optimal cloud seedings and location. How did we did that? We did that by developing a hybrid machine learning and physics-based framework, leveraging all the data that is available over the UAE. And that data includes satellites, radars, rain gauges, and numerical weather predictions. The idea here is to generate 0 to 6 hour prediction on a day of the seeding operation to help improve the actual operation that already existing here as part of NCM capabilities to go seeding at the right place at the right time. When we talk about AI, as we all know, probably the most important ingredient is actually the data that is used to train these systems. For our project, we've been exploring several different kind of data sets. We started with satellites, and I will show you how we use satellite data. And here, I think a significant contribution that we've done actually recently, we've been in contact with the UMETSAT to make sure that NCM actually got the right high-resolution data, specifically when it gets to the cloud phase and optimal cloud analysis data that they develop. We use all the radars that are available over the UAE. There are several radars that cover a few years, each of the radars. As part of one of the contributions that we made during this project, we developed and implemented, we're going to deliver a quality control procedure to clean up the data that is provided by the radars. You see an example there on those two panels, before and after the QC procedure. We use the gauges, very important data. There are several stations providing data for several years here in the UAE. And this data is being used both as a ground truth data set to verify the quality of the model that we've been developing, as well as to train some of the machine learning model that we develop for quantity precipitation estimation. We use numerical weather prediction. That's where the physics-based component comes in. Specifically, we use the Global Ensemble Forecast System distributed by the US National Weather Service, as well as the Cosmo model data that's been utilized here at NCM, as well as we use several data sets. Very important, the field campaigns data that's been collecting for aircraft field campaigns as part of other previous UAE project, as well as other product that has been evaluated for the purpose of ground truth data set for precipitations. All right, let's start from the main task that we've been working on, which is about the definition of cloud seedable features. What we did here, and we reported this actually in a paper that should be soon to be published. You'll find all the details of this work on that paper. But what we've done here, we leverage the very rich information that is provided by measurements, airborne measurements collected during field campaigns, which allow us really to detect which are the conditions, looking at different parameters that led to favorable seeding conditions. And the tricky part here is that this data, as very precious and valuable it is not available in real time. It's data that is collected ad hoc for specifically designed field campaigns. Whereas, for example, we have available in real time data provided by the satellite. So the challenge here that we tackle on this project is how we can extract information from the rich data set that are collected during the field campaigns and leverage some of the key parameters from real-time data as the one provided by the satellites that will help us to identify seedable zone in real time. That's exactly what we did here. I don't know how much you can read on this panel, but basically what you're seeing there, that is the data that's being used from the field campaigns, where we have a vertical profile in that case of temperature and effective radius that is measured from the airplane. And you basically can define different zones depending how the value of these variables combine. And you can understand when there are favorable microphysical conditions to generate precipitation and when there are not. Once you define this zone, you can look actually at satellite data as shown on the diagrams on the right, that they provide different kind of information, not as detailed as the one that is provided by the aircraft, but you still might able to define the same kind of zone that's been defined for the aircraft data. Once you got that zone, you can actually predict or estimate from the satellite directly in real time if there are zones in the area analyzed from the image that are suitable for seeding operations. And so with that in mind, we developed this algorithm where, given a satellite image, we extract patches from this image. And for each patch, we can apply the criteria that we come out with to define this zone of seedability or not. Once you do that, you can actually train a machine learning algorithm with the satellite data, which is covered many years and has a very high frequency, 15 minutes or more temporal frequency. And in this case, we specifically train a 3D UNet, and I will show you quickly how that algorithm looks like. It's called UNet because the architecture resembles the U shape. But basically, in this case, a UNet is fed 3D data set. By 3D is meant it's a 2D map of pixel of temperature brightness, in this example, over time. And once it's fed and trained with several thousands of examples of the satellite images, it can predict a 6-hour prediction of the same image from the satellites. Once you add these images into the future, you can extract the zones of seedability that I just defined in the previous slide. And this example that I'm going to show you, we trained this data with 5 years of data from 2017 to 2021 over the months of July, August, and September, and we tested over the same months for the year 2022. Here you see an example how this algorithm works. On the left of the diagram, you see the target, what we're trying to replicate, and on the right, you see the prediction. The first frames of this simulation actually looks fairly close to reality, but you might notice that quickly the prediction of this model tends to be to suffer from a problem of being too much smooth and too much blurriness in the estimates. Now, we addressed the issue with the recently developed algorithm actually based on diffusion network. We implemented a 3D diffusion network. Those are the same network that these days are actually used very effectively for weather predictions because they have very powerful algorithms that can add detail, sharpness to the original information, and also they can provide probabilistic estimates, which are very important for probabilistic prediction. But coming back to our implementation here, we mainly use the diffusion component on the network to add actually specificity, as we heard earlier, to add resolution to the prediction. You see that in this case, that network performed better than the previous version. Here you see an example of the performance of this network. On the left, you're seeing the correlation coefficient over the lead times. On the right, the root mean square error. What you're seeing in blue is the original 3D network, and in red, you're looking at the results with the 3D UNet diffusion network, with the diffusion component added to it. Specifically in the first 2 hours, the first 120 minutes of the prediction, the diffusion really helped significantly reduce the root mean square error of the original prediction and also improve a little bit the correlation. Here the shading indicates the confidence interval computed with 90% confidence interval. So that's very important for the definition of the cloud seedable features and to the prediction of this feature into the future, 6 hours ahead. And here I show you some of the work that has been led by the Colorado State University, specifically for the quantity precipitation estimates from radars. In this case, we developed with the colleagues at Colorado State a deep neural network that takes in 3 consecutive profiles from the radars, of the reflectivity coming from the radars. And based on that, again, after being trained from several thousands of examples of the reflectivity in input and the rain rates in the output, you can actually estimate the rain rates. Here on this table, you see an example of the results with this algorithm. You see several metrics: mean absolute error, normalized mean absolute error, and correlation. The first column is the new machine learning model. The last column is traditional method that I use to estimate rain rates from the vertical profile of reflectivity. And you see that errors are reduced across the board significantly, and also the correlation is improved significantly. Here you see an example how this algorithm works. On the left, you see a radar reflectivity image, and on the right, you see the estimate based on the rain rate based on the deep neural network. I'd like to point out that actually we have a poster that we will present tomorrow, me and myself and my colleague Vesta Afzali Grush, which is with me from Scripps. And I'll show you an example of how the radar data can also be used to do in-depth process-based studies, in this case specifically of an extreme rainfall event over the UAE. All right, now I'd like to show you an example of the work that has been led by the team of Professor Ernesto Damiani here at the Khalifa University. Now, they've been tasked with developing the prototype that we're going to deliver to NCM. And here you see all the main components of it. In input, you have all the data set that I described you earlier, the radars, the rain gauges, the satellites, and the numerical weather predictions. Those are pulled together in real time to generate a great data lake, which spans several variables. This data is providing input to the different components, the different models that we've been developed, that you see listed there. We have 2 QPE models, quantity precipitation estimation models. I described to you only one of those to you for the limited time that I have today. The radar-based method developed by CSU, but also there is a gauge-based method developed by Khalifa University. Then we have developed 2 QPF machine learning models based, QPF stands for the quantity precipitation forecast, so 6-hour prediction of precipitation. One is a method developed by us in a post-processing framework based on numerical weather prediction and machine learning. And another is based again on radars, as been developed by the team at CSU. And then there is the method that I show you at the beginning of this presentation about the prediction of the cloud seedable features, whose development has been led by us. Each of these methods create an output that is going to be a product that is going to be available for the NCM operational room. All right, I'd like to conclude with these slides, which represent the work we've been doing as part of this project as capacity building and knowledge transfer. Specifically, we had 2 students visiting us at Scripps and spending several weeks as interns with us. Mr. Abdul Yunis Al-Qaderi visited us in the summer 2023. He did a very interesting project on the impact of dust over the UAE. He actually has a poster as well, so I encourage you to check out this poster tomorrow. And as well, Miss Marian Al-Daheri, she visited us last summer. She's done a fantastic job contributing to the effort of our field team on the field with observation. And also she learned about our project on AI and cloud seedable features. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Munakhi, for your enlightening presentation. Let's thank all our presenters for their contributions. We now move to the panel discussion, where experts will take a deep dive on challenges and opportunities for the transformative AI and physics-based research presented in this session. I invite our three presenters back to the stage, joined by Daniel Rosenfield, a UAE REPS 5th Cycle Awardee and Professor at the Institute of Earth Sciences at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Raha Hakim Davar, Senior Advisor at the Georgetown University's Earth Commons Institute.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the very informative presentations that we had by our speakers. This is a very exciting discussion, really. I think AI tends to, the applications for artificial intelligence across so many different sectors are very much in the dialogue now. And I mean, the weather prediction community in particular has actually been a historically an early adopter of a lot of advanced modeling techniques, including a lot within artificial intelligence, machine learning. And I think, yeah, we have lots of questions that came up. I would just like to say that if you have a question, please send them in. Would love to get more dialogue from the audience in particular. So actually, I wanted to start with you, Daniel. You didn't get a chance to give us a formal presentation. And I know that you're working, your project focuses on looking at cloud seedability in near real time, which is a real game changer and would be, you know, of course, very important in terms of an operational tool. So can you talk very briefly a little bit more about how you're integrating different types of physics-based and AI models and different types of data into the project that you're leading?
Okay, thank you. I was awarded in the last cycle, my team, and we are working on analyzing with machine learning satellite imagery, multispectral imagery for obtaining the seedability of the clouds. The former presentation talked about identify where the clouds can be operated on, but precondition that those clouds will have potential for being seedable, and that is done by running full cloud physics models with cloud aerosol interactions, and then use that for forward simulation by the radiative transfer model, the synthetic satellite images, training them for the cloud microstructure and their seedability as we perform on the simulation seeding experiments, and then with domain adaptation, transfer this knowledge to actually observe the satellite images And then eventually we'll be able to, with the application of this machine learning, to get the suitability of the clouds based on near real-time multispectral satellite imagery. And we have to do that because of the limitations of running in real time these heavy cloud models that will give us the suitability of the clouds if they were perfect. But that leads us to the greater problem that I want to talk about it beyond my immediate project. I think it's very important that the greatest challenge in weather modification is the natural variability. If we had perfect model that predicts the natural variability, then the unnatural would be the seeding effect, for example. That leads to even a bigger problem, such as Bjorn Stevens talked about earlier, which is predicting, getting general predictability correctly with missing physics. As we know, 80% of the solar radiation that reaches the surface is invested in evaporating water, and only when the reverse process of evaporation, which is precipitation, that energy is released and available for driving the climate system and the weather. And that occurs mainly in deep convective clouds in the tropics. And the aerosol effects on precipitation modulate this convection. So we must have this physics in numerical weather prediction that are training the machine learning-based prediction models. Otherwise, even the machine learning models will not get it right completely. And that is really, I think, what potentially can lead us farthest to predictability with medium and long range that will be actionable and will lead us to a situation where the prediction errors will be smaller than the aerosol effects. And once we are there, we'll be able to really do the weather modification in a controlled way and much, much more. This is the vision of Alios startup with Mason and Koki sitting there. And we are, and that's our, say, holy grail, so to speak. Thank you.
That's very exciting. And I think I'm going to kind of go to a question that I had when we were hearing to, and come back to ask you a separate question. I'm wondering about the, in terms of the accuracy that we get for predictions. And this is a question to all of you, actually. And I know that both Bjorn and Marwan, you said this in your talks. When you're looking at an operational tool and to support operational decision making, how do we assess accuracy? And how, you know, in terms of like, you're working with stakeholders and people, I think in some cases that are interested in using the outputs from your models and the data and the experiments that you're running. So, you know, do we look at accuracy in a different way when it's for an operational product versus for research purposes? And I know, Bjorn, you specifically did mention this, I think in your talk several times, of we have developed our models to be very much focused on addressing research needs and the research community's interests. But I'm just curious about the, you know, on the operational side, how you look at the accuracy and what we're comfortable with putting out there.
Go ahead. So on the accuracy, I think the difference in the operational context is that the accuracy is assessed through actual use. It's not a let's establish some measure of accuracy and then it's okay to use. If you look at weather forecasts, people don't believe the weather forecast just because somebody gave them a seal of accuracy. It's through application. And so the transformation of moving more to an operational infrastructure is to bring these tools into use. And through use, learning what's useful and what's not. So I think accuracy comes through, assessment of accuracy comes through application.
Mm.
Yeah, I just want to add that when it comes to accuracy, what we have done, for instance, with the Stevens Flood Advisory System is that we enlarge the number of members that we use to run the ensemble that we are running. So instead of doing one deterministic forecast that might be inaccurate, we run the same forecast 100 times, and then we communicate the 50th and 95th percentile, so the user can have a spread of what is the impact of the lower magnitude members of the ensemble and the higher magnitude members, and they can, decision makers, they can weigh their understanding of the impact of the event and implicitly account for the uncertainty of our prediction through ensembling, basically.
Makes sense. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I guess I can add to that is the, the step of checking the accuracy of the prediction, which we call verification, is a very important step before moving something that has been developed for research into operation. So it's actually a necessary step to assure that whatever model has been developed, can be run in operation. It's necessary but not sufficient often, because when you go to operation, often you face different challenges that you hadn't faced when you were doing your experiments offline. But so that's something that you should be taking into account as well.
Well, I would like to add that, for example, for a model to become operational, it requires to have operational inputs. For example, clearly in the application for weather modification, a critical unavailable input is the aerosols. If you want to see the clouds with ice nuclei, if you already have enough desert dust in the air, which acts as excellent ice nuclei, obviously it makes it superfluous. Also, it is necessary, since the clouds are so sensitive to aerosols in their precipitation forming processes and in the resultant latent heating and the circulation system and the weather prediction, without having a good input of aerosols to aerosol-aware clouds, you're missing it. So I strongly recommend to develop, and this is really actionable, strongly recommend to develop a good network of aerosol measurements, both CCN and ice nuclei.
And so I have a question now on the kind of running these models, and especially in terms of all of the data that you've described that you're using from satellites to radar to the AI models, the computational intensiveness of what's needed to get the products that you're interested in getting. I wanted to hear from you, where do you see as how to address some of the challenges around the computational needs that we're going to have to run these really large models? And maybe you don't see it as a challenge. I'd like to kind of learn both sides, whether you see it as we already have experience with managing lots of data, and maybe you don't think it will be a major issue.
I see it more as an opportunity than a challenge.
I was feeding it to you as an opportunity. Yeah.
Because when you think about if you want to lead in AI, it comes down to having data that other people don't have, or having compute that other people don't have, and ideally you would have both. And so the goal should be even if you forget about the particular application, trying to find, as a sort of industrial policy, trying to find niches where you can expose yourself to abnormally large amounts of data and compute so that you can explore new territory. And I think that's where the synergy with Eve, or working in the earth sciences domain and growth of AI works really quite well, because it's a field where other people don't have a monopoly on the data, and bringing the data together in a facility where you also have the compute to learn from it, to generate new data from physically based models, creates really a hub that attracts people there, because trying to recreate that environment everywhere in every small sort of subcritical endeavor would be too difficult. So I think there's a real sort of advantage for the people who do that first to build up and scale up that approach. So I think the big compute and the big data, these are actually what makes it attractive rather than what makes it frightening. Yeah.
And I think you raised a point in there that I'm interested in. It's on the data not belonging to anybody. And that's a question I had actually, Marwan, when you were also giving your presentation, and you too, Luca. In terms of the public versus private versus academia, and this data, democratization of data in some ways, but also commercialization of the data in other ways. So I know you work with private entities and you're partnering with them. So what are your thoughts on the future of data democracy and kind of, you know, the ownership of it and what we sell versus what we put out to the commons?
Yeah, if I may weigh in this. So with respect to the first question, with respect to the models, I think the AI-based models are way easier to run than the physics-based model. I'm really impressed how easy to run weather model based on machine learning compared to running WRF, for instance. I mean, so speaking about the democratization of weather forecast before getting to the data, AI model is indeed, as was mentioned earlier, is an opportunity to make weather forecasts more accessible and within reach. Like undergrad students, they could run easily weather forecasts now with machine learning models. It takes only a few lines of code with GitHub. Everything is explained. And on a laptop, you can run a global weather model nowadays. It's really impressive. Now, with respect to the data, I mean, it depends on the region. Like in the US, data is really abundant. There are many agencies that are collecting data, providing them to the general public to generate forecasts, but also train models and take decisions. So, so when it comes to the data in the US, again, it's not a problem. In other parts of the world, data are scarce. Over time, what I think that we may run into is that we may run out of data to feed our models. So, and this is not going to happen in 10 or 20 years. It may happen in only a few years. So we have been using the available data to their really maximum potential, and the problem that we might have to address is that we may run out of data to train models, especially those models that we use for extreme events that are by design fed by small sample of data, because extreme events are by definition rare. So we have to find other solutions to augment data, like in computer vision. We have a project on computer vision. There are a lot of techniques for data augmentation. We have to probably invent and come up with similar methods in the weather and climate field so we can avoid the problem of running out of data to improve our models.
And in particular for natural, for disasters.
For disasters,
extreme events.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually there's a question that somewhat relates to that I'm going to pose now from the audience. It's, can AI effectively predict the most vulnerable areas during a natural disaster? And can it effectively predict the stream of climate refugees? So question getting into the applications and actually getting kind of beyond earth science. Maybe you can split that up into two parts.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your question. Can predict what?
It was, can AI effectively predict the most vulnerable areas during a natural disaster? And second part is, can it effectively predict the stream of climate refugees? We might be getting into some challenging territory with the second part of the question, so maybe on the first one we can talk a little bit more about the prediction capabilities for disasters.
Yeah, maybe if we stick to the weather part of, I think we are in a new era with the development of the last 2 or 3 years with the new AI data-driven model. We are really seeing progress in the weather business that we haven't seen for decades. And the new model that has been put out has been tested by different teams, already showing pretty incredible capabilities. And we're just scratching the surface. It's just been a couple of years, really. I mean, these algorithms has been around for a decade or so, but the application to the weather part has been pretty recent, and we are seeing fantastic results. So I foresee in the next decades or so pretty substantial advancement in our ability to predict the weather. How that's going to unfold, you were asking about the data before. The data now is going to have even more important role that it has had in our community so far. And I'm not sure it's the way we handle the data until now is going to be the way we're going to handle it in the future, because data is the new oil, really. And who has the best data can train the best model, right? So when we talk about the academia and the private sectors and how the data is going to be shared and how this model is going to be generated. I think it's going to be interesting to see how things is going to unfold, but it's going to be different from what happened until now, I think.
Hey, yeah, Daniel.
And I'd like to add to that, you said who has the best data wins. Now, what is the best data? This is a question. Here we should still come back to physics, physical consideration. What really drives the weather system? And then not necessarily the most important data is relevant data is available, such as aerosols. So I think there some breakthrough are still waiting for us.
On the second part related to the climate projection and the use of AI that we try to avoid here, but I really dare to address, I think that's challenging. So AI models there are studies that use machine learning and AI models to predict climate. The trend is there, but the only way to validate those projections is to basically get to that horizon of 50 or 100 years ahead, and once we are there, we can verify if the projections were correct or not. But the challenge, I think, is that we still lack knowledge in our full understanding of the complex physical interactions. Like I give an example, the capacity of vegetation to adapt to climate change might be something that we still don't know, how certain type of trees or vegetation could be so resilient to warm temperatures and extreme heat events. And maybe they have a capacity, maybe they are more resilient than what we thought, and the way we integrate them in weather models does not account for that adaptation capability that they have. So I think the projection over time of climate processes technically can be done, but I think on the physics side of things and our understanding in depth of the capacity, especially of the feedback effect and the vegetation capacity to adapt, etc., there are still questions to be answered to make sure that the AI are fed with the right data on those behaviors to perform the projection correctly.
Yeah, it's very important, as was underlined. We still have a lot of questions around the physics that need to be worked out, physical processes in some cases.
I wanted to come back to the data issue about the democratization of data, because I think one point was left unsaid, and that is, of course, we want to expand the space of public data sort of in a digital commons, but we shouldn't be afraid to also make it possible for people to come into that space with their own data and for that data to be kept private and for them to, on the one hand, benefit from this space of public data and augment it with their private data to solve the particular problems they have. So you could imagine, for instance, in a developing or a low-income country where they want to build an AI weather forecast tool and they have local data that they don't want to give out to everyone for obvious reasons. But they could bring that together with the public data to make a forecast tool for themselves. And so we should avoid creating a tension between the public and the private data. We should try to expand the pool of the public space of data, but at the same time create opportunities for companies to come in with their data sources and to create products and tools that leverage the public data. And then you could say, well, why can't you just do this on Amazon Web Services or something like that? They could set up all of this space of public data. And that in the climate sphere is different because we need to actively, for this reason that you mentioned, we need to actively create data about future scenarios from physics-based models. And of course, we have to do this with humility. They won't be perfect. There's lots of physics that we don't know. But we'll only understand those limitations by doing this. You know, it's not something where we say, let's just wait until the models are good enough or that we know all of the physics. This is a process, and we need to engage that process.
Yeah, and I think to your example and your point, there are models now that are being tested, for example, with commercial data buys within the public sphere, like with NASA's commercial data buy program, buying commercial satellite data, making it available to researchers for limited use. But to your point, maybe we can develop things in a black box in some cases so that data is protected. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And I want to make sure, and please, if you have more questions, I think we have a little more time left. Please send them in. We have a question here about it's directed to you, Luca, but I think actually it's a very relevant question to everybody. The the management, and I think it's on the interoperability of all these different types of data, from satellites to radar to gauge to numerical predictions. So it's, how did you manage to integrate all of this data and at the same time implement a machine learning framework, as all the data have different features and characteristics? So I think it's getting at the heart of this interoperability between different types of data sets and how do you do that synthesis?
Yeah, managing all this data in real time, it's a complex, software engineering effort, but operational center do that all the times, right? It's something that has been done for years routinely. So it's not, we know how to do it, and there is expertise on how to do it, and it's a complex software engineering problem that has been solved, and so we expect that to be able to handle that in collaboration with NCM.
Yeah, and Daniel, did you have something to add to? And just one thing that also struck me when you were giving your presentation, which is relevant for all, it's not easy to work with all these different organizations, research organizations, universities across different parts of the world. And it was really interesting, actually. I really liked one of the first slides you had where you just had simple circles showing who did what. And in my mind, I was thinking, that's very complicated. It's not easy. I mean, this, the interoperability of humans as well, of academics, of scientists. So I wonder if all of you could provide any guidance on that. What were some of the tough lessons learned? Some things that didn't work well, some things that did work well.
Yeah, I can speak to that. It's just a matter of few meetings at 7 a.m. or 11 p.m. Depends where you are at. But yeah, it is a challenge, especially when you span so many time zones. But if there's willingness to work together, you can go around that. There are times, maybe one or twice per year, you can meet in person. All the other times you can have remote meetings. But it's a challenge that requires commitment from the team members, which I think we managed to work that out fairly successfully.
Well, for me, it's even greater challenge because we form a consortium of investigators from China, America, Israel, and the UAE. So there is no good time zone. Somebody has to get up late. but we are all enthusiastic about it and do it very happily.
Yeah, and so it sounds like the time zones were a bit of a challenge, but outside of that, and this is very important because I think with our models becoming as complicated as they are, and maybe in some cases a little bit easier to run, but also the need to share data. And I think we need to really collaborate across so many different parts of the world. And so these are very strong examples of partnership.
Can I just make the funding? Because I do think that we assume that a research-based, project-based funding culture can solve lots of problems, and that maybe we underestimate the importance of institutions and accountability. So a peculiar aspect of a research grant is that the people are set free at the end of the grant. So there's very little accountability. So all of us know the experience as you get funded to do something, everyone signs up and says what they'll do at the beginning. They're active kind of in the intermediate phases, and as the project kind of goes to an end, there's no real accountability. The project will end. And if you have a department that you fund, they're accountable for it. And so once in a while, I think maybe when we think about research and investing in research, we shouldn't forget the importance of basic funding and long-term funding of groups of people to pursue ambitious goals. And these mechanisms are much more accountable than what we do now.
I'm glad you brought that up. That is really important, and it's very practical as well. Also there are some restrictions as to certain funding bodies do restrict certain partnerships, right? And that is a reality. And I think what you brought up is very important in terms of the sustainability of the research as well, the transition plan. And we don't always think about that, and we're not necessarily asked to think about that. Maybe that's a new era where people just are really interested in the research, the types of research that you're all doing, and it's want to use it operationally. I have another question here, and it's directed to Luca. How do you identify suitable conditions to incorporate into your ML AI approach, do you identify seedable clouds or seedable parts of clouds? Can you tell us more about that part of your ML AI model?
Yes, so the identification of the seedable zone is based on the analysis of the data that is available in real time from satellites. That includes the effective radius, which is one of the parameters provided as a satellite product, and the cloud phase, ice or water. The combination of that data with the temperature profile allow us to determine specific zone as identified in our analysis. The combination of different zones lead to the seedability or not. And so that can be done on the actual current satellite image, and that can be also the same procedure can be applied to our prediction how the satellite image is going to evolve in the next 6 hours in interval of 15 minutes. Once you made that prediction on the same image, you apply that criteria, you define the zone, and then you can determine if there is seedability or not. Details are in the paper that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Yeah.
Okay, details are in the paper that was mentioned earlier. Yeah. You can chat later. And we just got another question as well. It's not directed to anybody, but if you could give some examples of specification of seedable clouds, or what is the important parameter for determining seedable cloud?
I guess I just say our criteria is based on the cloud phase provided by the satellites, the temperature, and the effective radius parameter.
Yeah, I would like to add that this pertains to glaciogenic seeding, or seeding aimed at create more ice in the clouds. Hygroscopic seeding is aimed at accelerating the warm rain processes, and that can also be obtained by the effective radius, because when the cloud drop effective radius is smaller, it means the cloud drops are coalescing more slowly, and they can benefit more from accelerating the warm rain forming processes.
Yeah, I'm not cloud seeding expert, but I can tell that in addition to the theoretical knowledge we have, NCM has had an active operational cloud seeding program, and they have records of the seeding operations they have and the clouds that they seeded. I think those seeding logs could be of good interest to understand how NCM forecasters looked at the cloud and decided on the potential of seeding that cloud or not, seedability basically, and based on their local knowledge of weather conditions here. So in addition to our theoretical knowledge, I think we need to look at what NCM has been doing over many years, and the knowledge they built is very valuable to redefine, if need be, the seedability of clouds based on the local conditions.
So very adaptive process.
Exactly.
In terms of how you...
Exactly, site-specific or region-specific. What could be seedable here cannot be seedable somewhere else.
And can you talk about the challenges of doing something, building this adaptive framework?
Data availability, because we don't have a lot of data when data is not publicly available as well. And then collecting data on the effect of seeding is also challenging continuously. I mean, we don't have a lot of records.
Continuous data, yeah. So the data continuity, data availability, I think that's one of the challenges.
Exactly.
In addition to still outstanding questions around the physical processes and physics. So I know, I think we're at the end of, we're coming to the end of our time. This is supposed to be a short Q&A, but maybe, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions? Okay, so I might just maybe do a closing question here. And the closing question is going to be, what do we need? And I think it's really coming back to the topic of this panel. You know, what is needed for us to reach this next generation of integrating AI with physics-based models, specifically pathways to achieving weather modification applications in a kind of a realistic operational way? What is the biggest thing that we need?
The biggest what, sorry?
What is the biggest need that we have? What is it, whether it's a measurement, specific parameter?
I think for the development of these AI models in general, specifically the AI data-driven model, what is lacking here over the UAE, it's a high-resolution reanalysis. As been mentioned several times, these data-driven models, they are trained with information generated by physics-based model, which have, the better knowledge that we have as of now of the actual physics. And so as of now, most of these models has been trained with the IREF, for example, which is a wonderful data set. It's a global data set spanning 40 plus years, but it's very coarse. So for example, if you want to utilize that over the UAE, that is way too coarse, specifically if you want to capture, for example, convective systems. So I think what is really needed here over the UAE, it's a high resolution reanalysis down probably to 1 or 2 kilometers that span several years, built, with a physics-based model and data simulation procedure to take in all the available observation to have the best estimate of the atmosphere at any given time that can be used to train these models. That's one thing.
Well, follow up on that. I agree fully, only that the models that can really calculate the effect of aerosols and the effect of cloud physics are not really operational because they take too much, they are too demanding in computer resources. And we have no way but to run a subset and train AI on them. And then the critical thing is the fidelity of these models, and they have them all the accurate processes and validate them very carefully. I think that we are far here from doing it enough.
Yeah, just to continue on what Danielle mentioned. So when it comes to the aerosols, I think we also need to probably do better characterization of the aerosols we have in the region. We have a kind of seasonality here. Throughout the year, the UAE gets dust from local sources, but also transboundary dust from different regions. And those aerosols, they come with different elemental composition, and that makes their interaction and impact on cloud different. So in addition to what was mentioned by Luke and Danielle, I would probably add a better understanding of the characterization of the aerosols and how it varies throughout the year.
In this region in particular?
In this region, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm agreeing or disagreeing with Danny, but I have the feeling that we underestimate substantially the computational capacity that's available. And it'd be fairly straightforward if one wanted to run models at a few tens of meters over scales of a few hundreds of kilometers over the region and play these games and really operationally look at the very best physics-based models that we can create and then seeing what we can learn from those in terms of AI emulation of assessing the seedability of the clouds in those models. But again, that's not something you would do in a research project. That would be an institutional endeavor. It'd be a group of 10, 12 people with a very large computer and a clear mission. And so I think it's just the question of the willingness to make a commitment to a long-term program at that scale. And I think if one did, they would bear the fruit of it.
Well,
interesting.
I think that we both agree that without AI, we cannot overcome this challenge of heavy computation.
So did I agree with you or disagree with you?
No, we cannot do this kind of simulations without AI.
AI would help, definitely.
Yeah.
Because of the complexity that you pointed out too, AI would definitely help, yeah.
Just get the fundamental physics, get AI to learn the fundamental physics and expand it on the domain of interest.
But we know, I mean, there's quite a lot we know. If you just look at the way we model clouds on average, the number of superdroplets you could put on a 10-kilometer grid, it's massive. People really don't get how much computational power there is and what you could do. So in the research community, we work on tiny percentiles of what's available computationally. And so running a super droplet model on a 500-kilometer grid over the region, and the super droplets start with the aerosol, you really work in terms of what you measure, and you really could make enormous progress. But you'd have to take a deep breath and say you really want to do it.
Well, it needs to be explored.
I think we're agreeing more. I do. Well, thank you so much for a wonderful panel. Really fascinating and great to hear about your work. And thank you to the audience for staying on. And I think with that, we'll close this session.
Thank you.
We thank all panelists for their engaging discussion. As we conclude the first day of the 7th International Rain Enhancement Forum, we thank all of you for your participation and contributions. And we also thank our virtual audience watching online across the world. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for another exciting day of discussions, networking, and collaborations. Thank you so much, and have a good day.